Looking back, it's hard to pinpoint the exact moment everything went sideways. I was 27 that summer, full of a kind of naive confidence that only comes from thinking you've seen enough of the world to know how it works. I just started my own small photography business, mostly nature shots and local events, trying to make a name for myself in a town that preferred iPhones to actual cameras. To say I was driven would be an understatement. I was practically fueled by instant coffee and the desperate desire to prove I hadn't wasted 4 years in art school. My base of operations was a rented studio apartment above a bakery in Willow Creek, a place so small you could sneeze and hit 3 county lines. It was beautiful, though, surrounded by dense forests and the kind of rugged mountains that always promised a good landscape shot. Most of my work involved hiking into those woods, searching for waterfalls, ancient trees, or wildlife. I was good at it, too, or at least I thought I was. I knew the trails, I respected the wilderness, and I always told someone where I was going and when I expected to be back. That last rule, though, was the first one I broke that day, and it turned out to be the biggest mistake. The call came from an old college acquaintance, Ethan. He worked for a regional tourism board and had heard about my photography. He had a weird request, a series of untouched wilderness shots, but with a specific focus on unique, remote structures. One of them he mentioned was an old hunting cabin, deep in the Whispering Pines National Forest. "It's got a reputation," he'd said, his voice a little too casual. Locals call it the cabin with 2 shadows. Supposedly, even on a cloudy day, it casts 2 shadows. Don't ask me why. Probably just some trick of the light or old wives' tales. Naturally, my immediate thought was, perfect for my portfolio. The challenge, the mystery, it all fed into my burgeoning artist's ego. I researched it a bit, found a few cryptic forum posts and a faded entry in an old local history book. Nothing concrete, just whispers about an old energy and things that linger. Mostly, people just warned against going there alone, which of course was exactly what I planned to do. I figured it would be an easy day trip. Drive in, snap some photos, drive out. The forest was familiar, and I'd camped alone dozens of times. What could go wrong? I packed light, my camera gear, a tripod, a small backpack with water, a few energy bars, and a first aid kit. I left my phone on silent, tucked deep into a pocket, partly because I wanted to avoid distractions, partly because I just needed to get away. No big deal, right? Just a quick run into the woods. I even told myself I'd send my mom a text when I had reception again, which was basically the same as telling someone, "Right, oh, past self, you were an idiot." The drive out was long, bumpy, and full of dusty dirt roads that dwindled to little more than overgrown paths. I parked my old beat-up Subaru near a faded trailhead marker, barely more than a rotten stick in the ground, and started hiking. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth, cool even though it was late afternoon in August. The sun, a pale disk behind a hazy sky, cast a diffuse, soft light through the canopy. Perfect for photography, I thought, no harsh shadows to contend with. It took me longer than I expected to find the cabin. The path was barely discernible in places, forcing me to rely on my rudimentary map and compass. By the time I finally spotted it through a thicket of overgrown pines, the sky had begun to bruise with twilight. A mistake, definitely a mistake. I should have turned back hours ago. The cabin sat in a small clearing, surrounded by towering, ancient trees that leaned in like silent sentinels. It was a humble, single-room structure made of dark, weathered logs, with a porch that sagged mournfully. And then I saw it. Even under the soft, muted light of the overcast sky, a faint, almost transparent shadow stretched out from the cabin. Nothing out of the ordinary there. Every object casts a shadow. But beside it, almost overlapping, was another, darker, sharper. It was like a double exposure, an echo of the first, but somehow more defined, reaching a little further into the gloom. A cold prickle traced its way up my spine, a feeling I immediately dismissed as the chill of the evening air. My professional eye wanted to rationalize it, maybe some unique atmospheric condition, an optical illusion caused by the sparse light filtering through the clouds, or perhaps just a trick of perspective. But even as I tried to explain it away, I couldn't shake the strange, unsettling feeling that had just settled over me. It wasn't the kind of shadow you could explain with a simple science lesson. It felt wrong. The rational part of my brain, the one trained to assess light, composition, and aperture, tried to force itself to focus. It wasn't working. That second shadow, darker, sharper, seemed to vibrate with an unseen energy, a distinct entity clinging to the weathered logs. It wasn't merely an overlap, it was an imposition, a superimposed presence that defied all logic. My hands, usually steady, trembled slightly as I unslung my camera bag. "Okay, breathe," I muttered to myself, the sound swallowed by the oppressive quiet of the forest. "It's a trick, some atmospheric anomaly. You're tired, you're alone, your imagination is running wild." But even as I spoke the words, they rang hollow. The prickle on my spine had intensified, spreading into a full-body shiver that had nothing to do with the cooling air. The cabin itself seemed to loom, its dark windows like vacant eyes staring out from under a heavy brow of a roof. It felt watched, not by a person, but by the very air around it. I forced myself to move, one reluctant foot after the other, stepping into the small clearing. The ground here was unusually bare, almost as if nothing had grown close to the cabin for decades. The silence was profound, not the peaceful quiet of nature, but an absence, a suffocating vacuum that seemed to suck the sound out of everything. No birdsong, no rustle of leaves, no distant hum of civilization. Just the rhythmic thumping of my own heart, suddenly loud in my ears. My professional curiosity, however, was a stubborn beast. Despite the gnawing unease, the urge to document, to capture this impossibility was almost overwhelming. This could be a career-defining shot, something truly unique. If I could explain it scientifically later, fine. If not, it was still an incredible visual. I set up my tripod a good distance from the cabin, aiming my lens. The light was fading fast, bleeding out of the sky in bruised purples and deep indigos. I adjusted the focus, zoomed in, and peered through the viewfinder. The cabin, stark and unsettling, filled the frame. And there it was, undeniable, even through the lens. The primary shadow, long and indistinct in the twilight, and the secondary shadow, a phantom limb stretched out beside it, impossibly dark, impossibly defined. It was like looking at a tear in reality, a glitch in the fabric of light and space. My finger hovered over the shutter button. I took a deep breath, trying to steady my hands, trying to think like a photographer, not a frightened child. This was what I came for. This was the shot. Just as I pressed, a sound echoed from within the cabin. Not a loud sound, but a subtle, almost imperceptible creak, like an old floorboard shifting under pressure or a latch giving way. My breath hitched. I froze, my finger still on the shutter button, the camera whirring faintly as it captured the image. Silence. I waited, straining my ears, every nerve ending screaming. Nothing, just the profound, oppressive silence. Had I imagined it, the wind, but there was no wind. The trees were still, their ancient branches unmoving against the darkening sky. "Hello," I called out, my voice thin and reedy, startling even myself. The word hung in the air, then was swallowed, leaving no echo. It sounded foolish, a child calling out in the dark. No response. I lowered the camera, my heart hammering against my ribs. My initial thought was simple human trespass, maybe a squatter or another curious adventurer. But then the memory of the two shadows and the local whispers flooded back. The creak had felt heavier than the wind, more deliberate. Reluctantly, slowly, I packed up my camera gear, shoving it back into the bag. The light was almost gone now, the clearing shrouded in a murky gloom. The smart thing to do was leave. Immediately, head back to the Subaru, drive out, and never look back. Call Ethan, tell him the cabin was too creepy or unsuitable. But then my eyes caught the cabin again. The front door, previously shut tight, now stood ajar, a sliver of deeper blackness against the already dark interior. No, that wasn't right. I was sure it had been closed when I arrived. I was absolutely sure. My mind raced, trying to reconcile the image of a closed door with the one now open. Had I truly not noticed it, or had it opened just now? The urge to investigate, a foolish, dangerous urge, warred with every instinct screaming at me to flee. What if someone was in there? What if they were hurt? What if they were waiting? My hand instinctively went to my pocket, searching for my phone. Useless. Silent, no reception. I was truly alone. Just a quick look, I whispered, trying to reassure myself, my voice barely audible, just to see if anyone's there. It was a lie, of course. Part of me, the deeply foolish, stubbornly artistic part, wanted to see what was inside the legend. What kind of interior could generate such an exterior anomaly? I approached the cabin with extreme caution, my steps slow and deliberate on the bare earth. The air grew colder the closer I got, a damp, heavy chill that seeped into my bones. The wood of the cabin looked ancient, dark with rot and the scars of countless seasons. The porch groaned under my weight as I stepped onto it, the wood soft and spongy in places. The open door beckoned, a rectangular void into the unknown. I peered inside. It was utterly, completely dark, a dense, suffocating blackness that seemed to absorb what little ambient light remained. My eyes struggled to adjust, but there was nothing to see, not even the faintest outline of furniture or walls. It was like staring into a bottomless pit. A faint, metallic scent wafted out, something coppery and acrid, mixed with the pervasive smell of damp earth and decaying wood. It was unsettling, the kind of smell you can't quite place but instantly associate with something wrong. My hand found the small, powerful LED flashlight I always carried in my backpack. I flicked it on, a bright beam cutting through the impenetrable darkness. The beam revealed a single Spartan room. The interior was bare, save for a collapsed cot in one corner, a rickety wooden table in the center, and a stone fireplace against the far wall. Dust motes danced in the flashlight's glow, thick and ancient. Cobwebs draped from the ceiling like morbid lace. Everything was coated in a fine layer of grime, the air thick with the smell of disuse and decay. There was no one inside. See, I muttered, a forced bravado in my voice. Nothing, just an old cabin. But as I swept the beam across the room, it snagged on something unusual in the corner near the collapsed cot. It was a small, crudely carved wooden figure, maybe 8 inches tall. It looked like a stylized humanoid shape, slender and elongated, with 2 distinct parallel grooves carved into its back, almost like twin spines. It stood propped up against the wall, staring blankly ahead. I felt a sudden, inexplicable urge to touch it, to examine it more closely. It was completely out of place, clearly not something left by a transient hunter or squatter. My photographer's eye, always seeking detail, was captivated. I took a step inside, crossing the threshold. The moment my foot touched the cabin's floor, the air shifted. It wasn't a sudden drop in temperature, but a pressure, a subtle thickening of the atmosphere around me. It felt like walking into deep water, the kind of resistance that tells you're no longer in your element. The oppressive silence outside now seemed to amplify the almost imperceptible sounds within the cabin, the faint creak of the aging wood, the soft scuttle of something unseen in the walls. I took another step, then another, drawn by the strange wooden carving. My flashlight beam remained fixed on it. As I got closer, I saw that the figure was not entirely made of wood. Its eyes, small and perfectly circular, were polished stones, dark and reflective, seeming to absorb the light rather than bounce it back. I reached out a hand, hesitating just inches from the carving. It felt cold, not just cold to the touch, but radiating a pervasive, unnatural chill. And then I noticed the ground around it. The dust was disturbed, not just in my own footsteps, but in a small, distinct circle around the figure, as if something had been moving around it, tracing a perimeter. My blood ran cold. I pulled my hand back sharply. This was more than just an old cabin. This was more than an optical illusion. The whispers, the reputation, the two shadows, it was all coalescing into something genuinely terrifying. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw at my throat. I spun around, intending to bolt for the door, to run as fast as I could back to my car. But the door was no longer there. Or rather, it was there, but it was closed, slammed shut. The wood looked solid, unyielding. No sound, no discernible movement, just closed. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drum against the silence. No, I breathed, my voice a strangled gasp. I rushed to the door, fumbling for a handle that wasn't there. It was just a simple wooden plank door, likely bolted from the inside years ago, but now it felt like solid stone. I pushed, I pulled, I hammered with my fist, my rational mind screaming that it had to be a trick of the light, a momentary disorientation. It didn't budge, not an inch. It was as if it had been sealed shut from the outside. A wave of claustrophobia, cold and absolute, washed over me. I was trapped, in a cabin that cast two shadows, in a forest that no longer felt familiar, in a darkness that held unknown secrets. Help, I screamed, the sound raw and desperate, tearing through the suffocating silence. It bounced off the rough-hewn walls, mocking me with its futility. There was no one to hear, no one for miles. I backed away from the door, my flashlight beam sweeping wildly around the small room. The collapsed cot, the rickety table, the cold fireplace, they all seemed to take on malevolent forms in the dancing light. My gaze landed back on the wooden figure, its polished stone eyes seeming to gleam in the beam, now holding a silent, watchful malevolence. It was no longer just an object of curiosity. It felt like the source. The air in the cabin grew even heavier, almost thick, making it hard to breathe. I could feel my own heart trying to escape my chest. My mind, usually so practical, was reeling, unable to process the impossible. Doors don't just close by themselves, not like that, not silently without a sound. My eyes darted to the windows, two small, grimy panes, one on either side of the fireplace. They were boarded up from the inside with thick, rough planks, no escape there. The cabin was a sealed box. I stumbled back to the center of the room, my legs feeling like jelly. My photography bag, forgotten in the corner where I'd dropped it, seemed irrelevant now. All that mattered was getting out. The coppery smell in the air intensified, sickeningly sweet now, almost metallic. I gagged, pressing a hand over my mouth and nose. It smelled like old blood. No, I told myself, it's just rust. old metal, decay, my imagination. But the smell was too potent, too specific. Then a whisper, so faint, so delicate, it could have been the wind or the rasp of my own breath. But it wasn't. It was distinctly a voice, low and guttural, right at the edge of hearing. It wasn't in English or any language I recognized. A series of soft, sibilant sounds, like dry leaves rustling, but with an underlying cadence of speech. I whipped my head around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, searching for the source. Nothing, no one. "Who's there?" I demanded, my voice trembling despite my effort to keep it steady. The whisper came again, closer this time, directly behind me. I spun around, shining the light directly where the sound had come from. Nothing, just the empty space where the door should have been, now a solid wall. My skin crawled, every hair on my body stood on end. I wasn't just afraid anymore, I was terrified. This was real. Whatever was here, it wasn't a trick of the light. It was intelligent. It was predatory. My gaze fell on the wooden figure again. The twin grooves on its back, I now saw, weren't just grooves. They were faint, almost unnoticeable lines that seemed to radiate a cold, dark energy, and its stone eyes, still reflecting the light in a strange, non-committal way, seemed to follow me. I took a shaky step back, then another, until my back hit the cold stone of the fireplace. There was nowhere else to go. The cabin was small, maybe 15 by 20 feet. The silence returned, but it was a different silence now, a waiting silence, a heavy, palpable presence that filled every corner of the room, pressing in on me. I felt like prey, cornered, exposed. My flashlight beam, which had seemed so powerful just moments ago, now felt like a weak, sputtering ember against an encroaching tide of darkness. The cabin seemed to be actively absorbing the light, the corners of the room deepening into an inky blackness that the beam couldn't penetrate. I tried to rationalize: carbon monoxide poisoning, hallucinations from dehydration, but I felt perfectly lucid, terrifyingly so. My mind was sharp, too sharp, registering every terrifying detail. Then a shadow moved. Not my shadow, not the cabin's shadow outside. A distinct, elongated form, darker than the deepest night, detached from any physical object, glided across the far wall, just at the edge of my flashlight's reach. It was thin, spectral, a wavering column of pure blackness. It moved with a slow, deliberate purpose, a silent dancer in the oppressive air. My breath caught in my throat. This was it. This was the second shadow, the one that defied logic, the one that lingered, and it was inside with me. The shadow paused, seeming to coalesce, to thicken into something almost three-dimensional. It grew taller, reaching towards the low ceiling. I could almost make out a head, shoulders, an impossibly long, slender arm. It wasn't human. It wasn't animal. It was other. My fear turned to raw, animal terror. I couldn't move. My muscles were locked, my throat constricted. All I could do was stare, my flashlight beam trembling violently in my shaking hand, fixed on the impossible form. The coppery smell intensified to an unbearable degree, stinging my nostrils, making my eyes water. It felt like something was being torn open, something ancient and terrible. The shadow began to ripple, to churn, as if struggling to take on a more solid form. And as it did, the whispering returned, louder this time, a cacophony of sibilant, guttural sounds that seemed to emanate from all corners of the room, swirling around me, pressing in on my ears. It was a chorus of unseen voices, speaking in that unknown tongue, a language of pure dread. My head began to ache, a sharp, piercing pain behind my eyes. The whispers were no longer just sounds. They felt like physical vibrations, rattling my teeth, resonating in my bones. I squeezed my eyes shut, desperately trying to block out the impossible, but the sounds and the overwhelming sense of presence only intensified. This wasn't happening. It couldn't be happening. When I forced my eyes open again, the shadow on the wall had changed. It was closer, much closer. And it wasn't just one shadow anymore. Two of them. Twin columns of inky blackness, now distinct, standing side by side, facing me. One slightly taller, one slightly broader, but both impossibly dark, impossibly silent, absorbing the light from my weak beam. They were the two shadows, here, inside the cabin with me. The air grew heavy, thick with the scent of fear, both mine and something else's, or perhaps just the scent of my own spiraling terror. My flashlight began to flicker. The beam wavered, stuttered, then dimmed significantly, a weak, dying glow. No, 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 not now. The batteries couldn't be dying, I'd just charged them. As the light faded, the shadows seemed to deepen, to grow stronger, becoming more defined, more solid. I could almost feel their presence, a crushing weight, an icy breath against my skin. The whispers reached a deafening crescendo, a torrent of unintelligible, malevolent sound. And then in the almost total darkness, just before the flashlight gave out completely, I saw it. From the two shadows, from their impossibly dark forms, a flicker of something moved. Two pinpricks of light, red and malevolent, like burning embers, seemed to ignite within the taller shadow, just where eyes would be. They were not reflecting the fading light, they were emitting it. Two burning orbs fixed on me, piercing through the gloom. The flashlight gave a final, desperate flicker, and then died. Absolute darkness. The kind of darkness that presses in, that has weight, that suffocates. The kind of darkness that isn't just an absence of light, but a presence unto itself. I screamed, a guttural primal sound ripped from my throat, born of pure, unadulterated terror. The whispers continued, now closer, now all around me, swirling and pressing. I could feel something cold brush against my cheek, like a phantom breath. The coppery smell was overwhelming, drowning my senses. I blindly lashed out, flailing my arms, trying to hit whatever was there, whatever was touching me, whatever was breathing in my face. My hand connected with nothing but air. I stumbled backwards, away from the perceived location of the burning red eyes, away from the cold touch, away from the sickening smell. I tripped over something, probably the collapsed cot, and landed hard on the floor, my head hitting the rough wood with a sickening thud. Pain flared, momentarily clearing the terror, then it was replaced by a wave of dizziness. My vision swam in the absolute blackness. The whispers clawed at my mind, incoherent, yet conveying a profound sense of malice, of ancient hunger. I scrabbled desperately on the floor, trying to find anything, any weapon, any point of reference. My hand closed around a small, smooth object, the wooden carving, the one with the stone eyes and the twin grooves. As my fingers wrapped around it, a jolt of excruciating cold shot up my arm, piercing deep into my bones. It felt like holding a chunk of ice that was simultaneously burning. I cried out, dropping the carving as if it were a live coal. The moment it left my hand, the whispers seemed to intensify further, a wave of guttural sound that seemed to mock my pain, to delight in my terror. Then from the darkness a new sound, a deep, rasping breath, heavy, slow. It was incredibly close, right above me. I could feel the movement of air, the hot, stale exhalation against my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, desperate to shut it all out. But the breath was too close, the whispers too insistent. I could feel the weight of something leaning over me, eclipsing the last faint sliver of moonlight filtering through the grimy window. I was going to die here, in this ancient, cursed cabin, alone, the thought, cold and clear, cut through the haze of terror. My mind, despite the panic, started to race. Survival. I needed to survive. How? How do you fight something that isn't physical, something that exists as a shadow, a whisper, a smell? I remembered a half-forgotten ghost story from childhood, something about iron or salt or light. Light, that was it. I had a backup. A tiny keychain flashlight always clipped to my car keys. My keys, they were in my pocket, the same pocket where I'd left my silent phone. With a surge of desperate energy, I fumbled for my pocket, my fingers shaking uncontrollably. The fabric was stiff, unyielding. The whispers seemed to swirl faster, now like a vortex of sound. The breathing above me grew heavier, closer. I could feel the heat radiating from it, despite the pervasive cold. My fingers finally closed around the familiar shape of my car keys. I yanked them out, my thumb searching frantically for the small button on the tiny flashlight. It was minuscule, meant for finding a keyhole in the dark, not fighting off spectral entities. But it was all I had. My thumb found the button. I pressed it hard. A weak yellow beam, barely a penlight, pierced the crushing darkness. It was pathetic, but it was light. The effect was instantaneous and startling. The whispers shrieked, a cacophony of enraged, tormented sound that seemed to physically recoil from the tiny beam. The heavy breathing above me hitched, then pulled back sharply. The oppressive weight lifted, albeit slightly. The two shadows, or whatever physical form they were attempting to take, didn't vanish, but they shimmered, recoiled, their forms wavering and dissolving at the edges, less substantial than before. The two red eyes, still burning, now narrowed, as if in pain or fury. My pathetic little flashlight was herding them. A sliver of hope, sharp and cold, pierced through my terror. Light, it was vulnerable to light. I scrambled to my feet, clutching the keychain flashlight like a holy relic. My head throbbed, and the coppery smell was still present, but the immediate, crushing threat had receded a step. "Stay back," I croaked, my voice raw and broken, aiming the feeble beam around the room, trying to keep the shadows at bay. The red eyes tracked my every movement, filled with malevolent intelligence. The whispers, though less intense, still hissed and swirled, angry, frustrated. My eyes darted around the cabin again, frantically searching for another escape, another source of light, anything. The boarded-up windows. They were still there, still sealed. The door still impossibly shut. I had to get out, but how? This tiny light wouldn't last forever. My gaze fell upon the stone fireplace, cold and dark. Perhaps if I could start a fire, but there was no wood, no kindling, no matches, nothing. Wait, the whispers. They had been drawn to the wooden carving and the stone eyes. There was something about that carving, something that attracted or amplified this presence. Could it be that the carving wasn't just a random object, but a focus, a conduit? A desperate idea sparked in my mind, a wild, illogical thought born of sheer terror and adrenaline. If the light repelled them, and the carving seemed to attract them, maybe. I aimed the beam back at the two wavering shadows, forcing them to recoil a few more steps. They seemed to hate the light, even this minuscule amount. Their red eyes burned with intensified fury. I had to be quick. I didn't know how long my tiny light would last. or how long I could keep these things at bay. With another surge of adrenaline, I darted towards where I'd dropped the wooden figure. My fingers closed around it once more, ignoring the jolt of freezing cold that shot up my arm. The whispers shrieked, a furious chorus of sound. The shadows surged forward, the red eyes burning with renewed intensity. "No!" I screamed, turning the tiny beam directly onto the carving in my hand. It was a gamble, a desperate last-ditch effort, but as the weak yellow light hit the polished stone eyes of the carving, something happened. The carving itself seemed to shudder. A faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the wood, and the stone eyes, which had been so dark and reflective, now seemed to absorb the light even more deeply, drinking it in like a sponge. And then the light from my keychain flashlight began to dim rapidly, almost visibly draining. The power was being sucked away, pulled into the carving, into those stone eyes. "No, no, no," I cried out, pressing the button harder, trying to force more light out, but it was useless. The beam grew weaker and weaker, a dying spark. The shadows seemed to sense the change. They pressed forward again, bolder now, their forms solidifying, the red eyes growing brighter, burning with triumphant malice. The whispers swelled, a roar of victory. I had made a terrible mistake. I had given them more power. The carving was not a weakness for them, but an amplifier. My tiny flashlight gave one final, desperate flicker, and then it, too, died. Complete, crushing darkness. The whispers erupted into a deafening roar. The red eyes, now impossibly close, flared with an infernal light, reflecting off something, off my own horrified face. The heavy breathing returned, right over me, closer than ever. I could feel a cold, skeletal touch brush my hair. The coppery, metallic smell was so potent it made me retch. I crumpled to the floor, my mind shattering into a million pieces of sheer, unadulterated horror. There was no escape, no light, no hope. This was the end. A sudden, jarring shift. Not a sound, not a touch, but a complete change in the very fabric of the air around me. The oppressive weight intensified, pressing down until I felt like my bones would crack. My lungs screamed for air that felt too thick to inhale. And then the whispers changed. They coalesced, no longer just random guttural sounds, but forming actual words. Not words I understood, but the sound of a name. My name, whispered in unison by 1,000 phantom voices from every corner of the room, from the air itself. My name, they knew my name. The terror became absolute, paralyzing. I could feel tears streaming down my face, but even that felt insignificant against the enormity of what was happening. And then another sensation, a deep, resonating hum emanating from the floor, from the walls, from everywhere. It was a low-frequency vibration that went straight through my skull, into my brain, rattling my teeth, vibrating my eyeballs. It felt like the very structure of the cabin, no, of reality itself, was vibrating apart. The cabin began to creak and groan, not just the normal sounds of old wood settling, but a deep, tearing sound, like a giant being slowly ripped apart. Dust and splinters rained down from the ceiling. The floorboards beneath me shifted, groaned, and then moved. I felt myself sinking, not just falling, but the floor itself was giving way, dissolving beneath me. A gaping maw of darkness opened beneath my feet, swallowing me whole. I screamed, a sound that was instantly swallowed by the roaring hum and the triumphant, echoing whispers of my name. The red eyes were above me, shining down into the abyss, growing impossibly larger, impossibly brighter, like two suns of pure malevolence. I fell. A dizzying, disorienting plunge into absolute cold. The air rushed past me, stinging my skin, yet it was the cold that dominated, a biting, raw cold that seeped into my very marrow. I tumbled through the darkness, unable to see, unable to orient myself. The fall felt eternal, yet instantaneous. My stomach lurched, my head spun. The hum intensified, a vibrating roar that filled every part of my being. Then, with a sickening jolt, I hit something. Not the bottom of a pit, but a cold, hard surface that scraped against my skin, knocking the breath from my lungs. I cried out, a ragged gasp of pain. I lay there for a moment, disoriented, my body aching, trying to make sense of where I was. The hum continued, though less intensely, now seeming to emanate from the very walls of this new, unseen space. The darkness here was different, not the oppressive, suffocating darkness of the cabin, but a vast, empty blackness. I stretched out a hand, feeling around. Cold, rough stone, a wall. I was in some kind of underground chamber. How? The cabin floor had just opened. A faint, sickly green light began to emanate from somewhere in the distance, casting long, distorted shadows across the rough-hewn stone walls. The light was not natural. It pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, like a slow, toxic heartbeat. As my eyes adjusted to the dim, eerie glow, I realized the chamber was immense, far larger than the cabin above. It was circular, with a high, vaulted ceiling lost in the gloom, and in the center of the chamber, illuminated by the pulsating green light, was an altar. A massive, crude block of stone, dark and ancient, covered in strange, intricate carvings that seemed to writhe and undulate in the shifting light. And on the altar, bathed in the sickly green glow, was a large, dark, oddly shaped rock. It was not a typical rock. It was almost perfectly egg-shaped, but deeply pitted and scarred, as if it had endured unimaginable forces. It looked less like stone and more like solidified shadow. And emanating from this strange egg-like rock was a faint, almost transparent second shadow, dancing and shifting independently of the first, a familiar, horrifying sight. My gaze traveled past the altar, across the vast chamber. The walls were lined with more of the crudely carved wooden figures, hundreds of them, all identical to the one I had found in the cabin above. Each one propped up, facing the altar, their polished stone eyes reflecting the green light with a sinister glint. They were arranged in concentric circles, stretching back into the darkness, silent, motionless sentinels. And then I saw the figures, not the carvings, but actual figures. They stood motionless, scattered amongst the rows of wooden effigies, shrouded in tattered, dark robes. They were tall, gaunt, impossibly thin, their faces hidden deep within their hoods. There were dozens of them, perhaps hundreds, standing in absolute stillness, radiating an ancient, chilling presence. They were not human. Their stillness was too absolute, their presence too cold. They were the true source of the two shadows. These were the beings that had built the cabin, that had cultivated the energy. They were the ones who had been waiting. One of them, standing closest to the altar, slowly turned its hooded head towards me. I couldn't see its face, but I felt its gaze, a piercing, icy focus that went straight through me. And then from the depths of its hood, a whisper. But this was not the cacophony of before. This was a single voice, ancient and resonant, a dry rustle like bones being ground together, but perfectly audible in the vast chamber. "She has come," it rasped, its voice echoing with a profound, terrifying authority. "The offering is here." My blood ran cold. The offering, Mies. The other robed figures, in slow, deliberate unison, began to turn towards me, their hooded heads swiveling, their silent gaze falling upon my prone form. The green light intensified, pulsing faster now, casting grotesque, dancing shadows across the cavern. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. My throat was raw, constricted by terror. My body, bruised and aching from the fall, refused to obey. I was trapped, a lamb brought to slaughter, in a place far worse than any nightmare. This was not a cabin with two shadows. This was a gateway, a shrine to something ancient and evil, and I had stumbled right into its heart. The whispers began again, not my name this time, but a low, guttural chant, growing in volume, reverberating through the stone chamber, shaking the very air. The figures, still motionless, seemed to be breathing the chant, their bodies vibrating with its power. The egg-shaped rock on the altar began to glow with an inner, pulsating darkness, its second shadow writhing and expanding, becoming more defined, more alive. It seemed to draw the green light into itself, growing stronger, more substantial. I closed my eyes, wishing for oblivion, for death, anything to escape this unimaginable horror. But the chant, the pulsing green light, the oppressive presence, they were all too real, too overwhelming. My rational mind, the one that had dismissed the whispers, the shadows, the local legends, was now shattered beyond repair. I was in a place of pure, unadulterated evil, and I was about to become part of it. I opened my eyes, one last desperate look. The robed figures were closer now. They hadn't moved, but their presence was overwhelming, crushing. The one nearest the altar raised a long, skeletal hand, its fingers impossibly thin, almost translucent, pointing directly at me. And from the darkness of its hood, two pinpricks of red light flared, the same red eyes, the ones from the cabin. The chant reached a fever pitch, an inhuman chorus of ancient, malevolent voices. The air crackled with a dark, tangible energy. The second shadow on the altar surged upwards, coalescing into a towering, indistinct form, reaching towards me, beckoning. I couldn't breathe, I couldn't move. I was completely, utterly paralyzed by the sheer terror of it all. My vision blurred, the edges of the cavern beginning to dim, the green light fading into an even deeper, more terrifying darkness. The last thing I heard before the darkness swallowed me whole was the echoing, triumphant roar of the chant, and a single, final whisper, a voice of immense power that resonated deep within my very soul. Welcome home. The darkness wasn't absolute this time. It was a shifting, swirling void, like being adrift in a sea of ink. I was no longer falling, no longer aware of my body, only a profound sense of disorientation and an echoing chill that seemed to penetrate beyond my skin into the very core of my being. The triumphant roar of the chant faded, replaced by a dull, persistent thrum, a low-frequency vibration that seemed to be the pulse of this abyssal space. My name, once whispered with chilling clarity, now dissolved into an unintelligible murmur, like distant static. I floated, or so it felt, without up or down, without sensation of touch or taste. My mind, stripped of its terror, felt strangely lucid, observing its own detached state. Was this death? Was this what came after? A cold, empty void where time held no meaning. I felt no pain, no hunger, no thirst, only this profound, almost peaceful emptiness. It was the calm after the storm, the silence after the shriek. But even in this void, a faint, sickly green light began to pulse, far away at first, then closer, growing brighter with each slow throb. It was the same light from the underground chamber, the one that had illuminated the altar and the robed figures. And with the light came a flicker of memory, a spark of the terror that had consumed me. the fall, the robed figures, the chanting, "Welcome home." The emptiness began to recede, replaced by the crushing weight of my own consciousness returning. Pain, dull and throbbing, settled behind my eyes and in the back of my head. My muscles ached, stiff and cold. The metallic, coppery smell, sickeningly sweet, stung my nostrils. I gasped, a painful, ragged breath that tore at my throat. I was lying on something cold and hard, yet strangely yielding. My eyes fluttered open, struggling against the pervasive green glow. It took a long moment for my vision to focus, for the swirling green haze to resolve into shapes and forms. I was back in the chamber, or a chamber at least. The vast circular room stretched out around me, the rough-hewn stone walls seeming to undulate in the pulsating light. The vaulted ceiling was still lost in gloom, but now faint streaks of phosphorescent moss glowed intermittently, like diseased veins. My head throbbed, a steady, insistent drumbeat that mirrored the rhythm of the green light. I tried to push myself up, but my limbs felt heavy, unresponsive, as if made of lead. A wave of nausea washed over me, and I sank back with a groan. I was no longer lying on the rough stone floor. I was on the altar. The realization hit me with the force of a physical blow, stealing what little breath I had regained. My eyes darted around, confirming the horrifying truth. The massive, crude block of stone, intricately carved with writhing, alien symbols, was beneath me. My body was positioned flat on its cold surface, my arms and legs splayed out. I tried to move them, to pull them in, but they wouldn't respond. They felt heavy, disconnected, as if weighted down. Panic, cold and sharp, began to claw its way back. I wasn't just on the altar, I was part of the altar. My head turned slowly, painfully to the side. The egg-shaped rock was still there, close beside my head, radiating its inner darkness. Its second shadow, now pulsing with a deeper, more defined malevolence, seemed to stretch out from the rock, reaching towards me, almost overlapping my own form. It felt like a cold, invisible hand was tracing the outline of my body. Around the altar, the robed figures stood, dozens of them, perhaps hundreds. Their stillness was unnerving, an absolute, unwavering rigidity that spoke of something ancient and unliving. They were closer now, forming a tighter circle around the altar, their dark, tattered robes blending into the deep shadows that danced with the green light. Their hooded heads were all turned towards me, their silent gaze an invisible weight pressing down. The air thrummed with the low, guttural chant, no longer a cacophony, but a slow, rhythmic chorus, like the collective breathing of some colossal, unseen beast. It resonated in my bones, vibrated in my teeth, a physical sound that seeped into my very being. I could feel it coursing through me, not just from the outside, but from within, as if my own blood was now chanting along. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drum. I was truly the offering. This wasn't a nightmare. It was reality, a monstrous, impossible reality I had blundered into. I need to move, I thought, my mind screaming with desperate urgency. I need to get off this thing. I strained, I pushed, I tried to flex every muscle. My fingers twitched, my toes curled. There was a faint, painful response, a dull ache of overworked muscle, but my limbs remained stubbornly pinned. It wasn't physical restraint, not ropes or chains, but something deeper, more insidious. A profound weakness, a heavy lassitude that held me immobile. It felt like my very will was being leached away, replaced by an overwhelming sense of helplessness. My eyes, wide with terror, scanned the faces of the robed figures, still hidden in shadow, still utterly silent, save for the deep hum of their chant. But now, as the green light pulsed and faded, I caught a glimpse of something within the deepest folds of one hood, then another, then a third, pinpricks of red light. the burning eyes. They were fixed on me, piercing through the gloom, watching my every terrified flicker of thought. The entity closest to the altar, the one that had spoken before, slowly raised its skeletal hand again. Its fingers, impossibly thin, almost translucent, stretched towards me. I watched, horrified, as one long, bony digit reached out, not quite touching, but hovering inches above my forehead. A chilling wave of cold emanated from it, seeping into my skull, making my teeth ache. And then from within its hood, the dry, rasping whisper, the sound of bones grinding together, resonated in the vast chamber. But this time it was not the indecipherable ancient tongue. This time it was in English. "Awake, little offering," it rasped, the words echoing with profound age and malice. "Your journey has brought you to us, to your true purpose." My breath hitched. What are you?" I croaked, my voice a barely audible tremor against the drone of the chant. My throat felt raw, as if I hadn't spoken in days. The robed figure seemed to tilt its head, an almost imperceptible movement that nonetheless conveyed a sense of ancient amusement. "We are the guardians," it hissed, "the keepers of the threshold, and your essence is the key." "Key to what?" I whispered, my mind reeling. My essence. This was beyond anything I could comprehend. "To the awakening," another voice, equally dry and ancient, joined in from a figure standing slightly behind the first. "The expansion, the crossing." Their voices were like sandpaper on my soul, each word grating, chilling. I tried to scream, to lash out, to do anything to break free from the paralysis that held me, but my body remained unresponsive. The invisible weight, the draining of my will, intensified. "You feel it, don't you?" the first voice continued, its whisper closer now, resonating directly inside my head. "The draw, the connection, your fear, your vital energy, it feeds the growing. It opens the path." I felt a cold dread settle in my stomach, solid and heavy. They were feeding on me, not just my fear, but something deeper, something vital. It explained the lassitude, the draining sensation. My life force, my very essence, was being siphoned away. My eyes darted to the egg-shaped rock beside me. Its inner darkness pulsed faster now, and the second shadow it cast stretched further, seeming to wrap around my body like a tendril of smoke. I could almost feel it, a cold, empty pressure against my skin. "The cabin, the shadows," I stammered, desperate for answers, for something to cling to in this maelstrom of the impossible. "A simple conduit," the second robed figure rasped, "a point of focus. The old ones, your ancestors, they perceived a flicker, an echo of our true form. They built the cabin atop the nexus, a foolish attempt to contain, to observe. They saw a shadow. We cast two. It draws," the first one added, "from the veil, a thin place, your world, our world. The cabin merely focuses the energy, directs the curious." My blood ran cold. The specific request from Ethan, the unique, remote structures, the cabin with two shadows. Was it a coincidence, or had I been specifically guided here? "Ethan," I whispered, the name a desperate play. Is he?" A dry, rattling chuckle emanated from the robed figures. "He is merely a string in the tapestry, little offering, a willing instrument, unaware of the deeper melody." Unaware, so he was just a tool, probably given vague instructions, lured by the promise of exotic photography. The thought brought a fresh wave of despair. There was no one coming for me. No one knew where I truly was. My gaze drifted past the robed figures to the hundreds of crudely carved wooden effigies lining the walls. They were all facing the altar, their polished stone eyes reflecting the green light with an unsettling intensity. and then I noticed something new. On the twin spines carved into their backs, faint, almost imperceptible lines of light now pulsed, mirroring the thrumming chant. The effigies, I managed to say. What are they? Recipients, the first entity replied, vessels, each one holding a fragment of the spark, waiting to be filled. My eyes widened in horror, waiting to be filled with what, with whom? As if in answer, the egg-shaped rock beside me pulsed with a sudden, intense burst of inner darkness, and its second shadow surged, momentarily solidifying around my body, a freezing vice that stole my breath. I felt a piercing cold, a painful, violating sensation, as if something was trying to tear through my very being. I screamed, a silent, internal shriek as my throat remained constricted. The chant from the robed figures intensified, their voices a rising crescendo of power. The green light pulsed faster, brighter, throbbing with an infernal rhythm. Dust and splinters rained down from the high ceiling as the cavern itself seemed to thrum with unleashed energy. The time is near, the first robed figure announced, its voice now layered with an ancient, triumphant resonance. The veil thins, the conduit is prepared. The second shadow around me grew stronger, denser, pressing in. I felt my vision blurring, not from tears, but from the overwhelming sensory assault. The cold intensified, piercing into my bones, a burning freeze that locked my muscles, my nerves, everything. My essence was being pulled, stretched, torn. My mind, still fiercely clinging to a shred of sanity, tried to fight back. It summoned images. My studio, the smell of coffee, the winding trails of the forest, my mother's face. Anything to resist the draining, the pulling. But the resistance felt futile. My will was a flickering candle against a hurricane. The whispers in my head, once my name, now became a chaotic babble of guttural sounds, ancient words that had no meaning, yet conveyed a profound sense of violation, of ancient hunger. My body began to spasm, uncontrollably. A deep, resonating hum started from within me, mirroring the cavern's thrum, but originating from my very core. It felt like my atoms were vibrating apart. My skin crawled, stretched tight, as if something was trying to push out from beneath it. The seed takes root, a third, deeper voice echoed from the circle of figures. The vessel accepts. A seed, vessel, what were they doing to me? I wanted to scream, to lash out, to plead for mercy, but no sound, no movement, no resistance was possible. I was trapped, utterly helpless, experiencing a horror beyond human comprehension. The red eyes of the robed figures, now countless, seemed to brighten, burning with a terrible glee as they watched my torment. Their chant reached a deafening climax, a raw, primal surge of ancient power that ripped through the chamber, rattling the very foundations of the earth. The second shadow around me tightened, becoming fully opaque, a swirling vortex of inky blackness that began to absorb the green light, plunging my immediate vicinity into crushing darkness. I was no longer on the altar, but inside the shadow, trapped within its frigid, suffocating embrace. I felt a sudden, sharp pull, a wrenching sensation, as if something was being forcefully extracted from my very core. A scream tore through my mind, a silent agony that threatened to shatter my sanity. My consciousness flickered, dissolving into fragmented images. The cabin door, the wooden carving, Ethan's call, my camera. All gone, swallowed by the darkness. Then absolute void, not the previous emptiness, but a true, crushing absence of everything. No sound, no light, no sensation. No me, I ceased to be. Waking this time was different. There was no gentle return, no gradual adjustment. It was a sudden, jarring snap, like a light switch being flipped. I was instantly, terrifyingly awake, my heart hammering against my ribs, my lungs burning for air. I gasped, drawing in a breath that was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. A normal smell, too normal. My eyes flew open. I was lying on my back on the forest floor, amidst a tangle of roots and pine needles. The sky above was a muted, overcast gray, diffused light filtering through the canopy of ancient trees. The air was cool, but not the pervasive, unnatural cold of the chamber. I scrambled upright, my body aching, my head throbbing with a dull pain. Every muscle screamed in protest, but I was moving. I was free. "No," I whispered, my voice hoarse, raw. "No, no, no." My eyes darted around, searching frantically. The clearing, the cabin, where was it? I was in the middle of the dense forest, just like before, but the sense of location was different. This wasn't the clearing. The trees were familiar, yes, but the specific configuration, the way the light fell, it was wrong. My gaze landed on my Subaru. It was parked exactly where I had left it, partially obscured by overgrown bushes near the faded trailhead marker. It looked exactly the same, unchanged, untouched. It was morning, the same gray, overcast morning I had set out in. Or was it? I fumbled for my phone, pulling it from my pocket. It was still silent, still no reception. I checked the time. My internal clock screamed that hours, days perhaps had passed, but the phone displayed 4:32 p.m., August 23rd, the same day I had hiked in, barely an hour after I had first spotted the cabin. Impossible. My mind reeled. I remember the cabin, the two shadows, the door slamming shut, the darkness, the fall, the chamber, the altar, the robed figures, their chants, their words, the extraction. It had all been so vividly, terrifyingly real. Every agonizing second of it. Yet here I was, in the forest, alone, as if none of it had happened. Was it a dream, a hallucination brought on by exhaustion and fear? Had I simply passed out at the cabin door? But the memories were too sharp, too visceral. The physical aches, the raw throat, the coppery taste in my mouth, they were real. I stood there swaying, trying to reconcile the impossible. My camera bag was slung over my shoulder, exactly as it had been when I parked the car. I hadn't even set up my tripod yet. No, that wasn't right. I had set up my tripod. I had taken the shot. I remembered pressing the shutter, and then the creak from inside the cabin. I lowered my camera bag, my hands trembling. I pulled out my camera. The battery was full. My memory card was in. I scrolled through the images. Landscape shots, some tree studies from the hike in, and then there it was. The cabin, stark and unsettling in the fading light, framed by ancient trees, and the two shadows, one faint, indistinct, the other impossibly dark, impossibly defined, stretching out beside it, the exact image I remembered capturing. The metadata confirmed the time, 4:28 p.m., barely 4 minutes before my phone said it was now. My breath hitched. It wasn't a dream. It had happened. But how was I here? How was it only 4 minutes later? I looked around frantically, desperate to spot the cabin again, to confirm that it was real, that I hadn't imagined my way out of it. But the dense forest was just that, dense. No clearing, no weathered logs visible. My body was screaming at me to run, to get in the car, to drive away and never look back. My rational mind, or what was left of it, however, was still trying to piece together the fragments of this horrifying puzzle. What did the robed figures say? The key, the awakening, the expansion, the vessel accepts. the seed takes root, and that wrenching sensation, the pull, the extraction. I felt a sudden, profound emptiness inside me, not the calm void of earlier, but a cold, aching hollow where something vital should be, as if a part of me had been ripped away. I instinctively reached up, touching my chest, then my stomach. Nothing visible, but the feeling was overwhelming, a deep, pervasive sense of loss. My hands began to tremble violently. I needed to get out of here. Now. I practically fell into my Subaru, fumbling with the keys, jamming them into the ignition. The engine sputtered to life with a comforting roar, a sound of normalcy in a world gone mad. I backed out of the overgrown path, gravel spitting under the tires, and sped down the dusty dirt road, not caring about the bumps, the dust, or the possible damage to my suspension. All that mattered was distance. As much distance as possible, as fast as possible. The sun was beginning to set, streaks of orange and purple painting the western sky. Normal, so painfully normal. The irony wasn't lost on me. I had come seeking untouched wilderness and unique structures, and I had found something far more ancient, far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. I drove for what felt like hours, even though the clock on my dashboard, stubbornly mirroring my phone, only ticked forward slowly. My mind raced, replaying every terrifying moment, trying to find a flaw, a way to rationalize it, but there was none. The memories were too vivid, the fear too real, the sense of emptiness within too profound. When I finally reached the highway, the familiar rumble of passing cars was a welcome cacophony. Civilization, safety. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, my hand still clenching the steering wheel, my knuckles white. I stumbled out, my legs stiff, feeling 100 years old. The fluorescent lights of the convenience store seemed impossibly bright, too harsh for my eyes. The smell of cheap coffee and hot dogs was a shock after the metallic tang of the chamber. I bought a bottle of water, chugging it down as if it were the last water on earth. The cashier, a bored teenager, didn't even glance at me. Just another tired traveler. Good. I wanted to be invisible. Back in the car, I leaned my head against the cool window, trying to gather my thoughts. What now? Call Ethan. Tell him what? That his cabin with two shadows was a portal to an ancient evil that tried to extract my soul. He'd think I was insane. Everyone would. But I knew it was real. I knew it in my bones. And the emptiness inside, the sense of something vital missing, was a constant, aching reminder. I finally managed to get a signal on my phone. Dozens of missed calls and texts, mostly from my mom, worried, a few from Ethan, asking about the shots. I ignored them all. I couldn't talk to anyone, not yet, not until I made some sense of this. I drove back to Willow Creek, the familiar streets and houses offering a thin veneer of comfort that did little to calm the storm raging inside me. My studio apartment, usually a sanctuary, felt cold and unwelcoming. The bakery below, with its warm, doughy smells, seemed like a distant dream. I locked the door, pulled the curtains, and collapsed onto my small sofa, burying my face in my hands. The fear was still there, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now laced with confusion, despair, and a horrifying sense of violation. What had they done to me? What did they mean by the seed takes root and the vessel accepts? My gaze drifted to my camera bag, still slung carelessly by the door. The camera, with that single, impossible shot. I pulled it out again, scrolling to the image. The cabin, the two shadows, undeniable proof. I zoomed in, examining every detail, searching for something, anything else. And then I saw it. Just on the edge of the frame, partially obscured by a tree branch, was a faint, almost transparent flicker. It was too indistinct to be sure, but it looked like a third shadow, smaller, wavering, almost like a reflection. My blood ran cold. No, it couldn't be. I went to my small, cluttered desk, pulling out an old, dusty atlas of the region. I traced the winding dirt roads, searching for the cabin's approximate location. The Whispering Pines National Forest stretched for hundreds of miles, a vast, untamed wilderness. How could I even hope to find that exact spot again, and did I even want to? I spent the rest of the night in a restless, fitful state, half dozing, half panicked. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside made me jump. My mind was a terrifying loop, replaying the chant, the red eyes, the rasping voices. When dawn finally broke, painting the sky in soft hues of pink and gold, I felt no relief, only an overwhelming sense of exhaustion and a renewed determination. I needed answers. I couldn't just pretend this hadn't happened. It was a part of me now, literally. I started by researching the cabin online again, more intensely this time. Not just the cabin with two shadows, but variations. Whispering Pines legends, ancient forest cults, shadow entities. I went deeper than cryptic forum posts, searching academic databases, obscure historical societies, anything that might shed a glimmer of light. Most of what I found was pure folklore, sensationalized ghost stories, or dismissive scientific explanations for optical phenomena. But then I stumbled upon a digitized archive of a local newspaper from the early 1900s. An article, yellowed and faded, titled Tragic Disappearance in Whispering Pines. It detailed the disappearance of a young woman, a nature enthusiast named Alara Vance, who had ventured into the forest to sketch rare flora. Her last known location was near an old trapper's cabin, rumored by locals to be cursed. She was never found. The article mentioned strange whispers in the woods, unsettling shadows, and a peculiar chill that settled on the land. Beneath that article, a smaller, less prominent piece mentioned a series of unexplained livestock mutilations in the surrounding valleys in the years following Alara's disappearance. The livestock were found drained of blood, with strange, clean incisions. My stomach clenched. Alara Vance disappeared. The offering. Was I meant to be next, or had I already been taken? The metallic, coppery smell from the chamber now seemed to cling to me, a faint, persistent scent that I couldn't wash away. It wasn't just in my imagination. I could smell it on my clothes, on my skin, in my hair. I needed help, but who would believe me? Ethan. He was just a string in the tapestry. My mom, she'd put me in therapy. I remembered the local history book I had briefly consulted before my hike. It had a faded entry about the cabin, mentioning an old energy and things that linger. I needed to find that book again and delve deeper. The library opened at 9 a.m. I was there at 8:45, pacing outside, heart pounding. The librarian, a kindly older woman named Martha, looked at me with concern when I finally entered. "Rough night, dear?" she asked. "Something like that," I mumbled, trying to keep my voice steady. "I need to look through your local history archives. Anything on old cabins in Whispering Pines, local legends, disappearances." Martha, bless her, didn't question my intensity. She simply led me to a dusty section in the back, pulling out several thick, leather-bound volumes and a box of old newspaper clippings. I immersed myself in the research, my fingers flying over ancient texts, my eyes scanning for any clue, any hint of what I had experienced. The stories were fragmented, contradictory, filled with superstition and fear, but a pattern began to emerge. Tales of shadow folk who stole the light, whispers of the hollow ones who drank of the essence, legends of a great sleep that would end when the twin stars align and the vessel is prepared, and always, always the mention of a particular type of rock, dark and egg-shaped, found only in the deepest parts of the forest, said to absorb the very life from the earth. My blood ran cold, the egg-shaped rock on the altar, the vessel, the essence, it was all too clear. I found a detailed hand-drawn map tucked inside an old journal, penned by a surveyor in the late 1800s. It meticulously charted the Whispering Pines, noting geological formations and old trapper trails, and there, marked with a small hand-drawn X and labeled simply the pit, was the exact location of the cabin. Beneath the X, a cryptic note, deep energy vortex, avoid. The surveyor, a man named Thomas Blackwood, had meticulously documented his findings. He described a series of unusual rock formations, strange magnetic anomalies, and a pervasive, unexplainable cold that seemed to emanate from a specific location, a small clearing where an ancient, crude structure had been built. He spoke of sensing a presence and hearing whispers in a tongue not of this earth. He eventually abandoned his survey, citing unforeseen spiritual distress. So others had sensed it, others had been close, but none had fallen into the pit, or at least none had returned to tell of it. Then I found it. Buried deep in a collection of local ghost stories, a small, unassuming pamphlet titled The Whispering Ones. It described a pre-colonial indigenous tribe who had lived in the region, a reclusive people who worshipped shadow spirits and performed rituals to feed the hungry darkness. They had carved small wooden effigies, much like the one I found, using polished river stones for eyes to represent the keepers of the threshold. The pamphlet spoke of these effigies being recipients of lost souls, a way to bind the essence of those who trespassed. Recipients, vessels, bind the essence. The cold emptiness inside me intensified, gnawing at my insides, that wrenching sensation, the pull. They had taken a part of my soul, my essence, and bound it into one of those wooden figures, my soul. What did that even mean? How could a piece of me be missing? I reread the pamphlet, my hands shaking. It spoke of a prophecy. When the hunger grows too great and the veil between worlds thins to a thread, the Whispering Ones would seek to fully cross over, to walk among men once more. To do this, they needed a living conduit, a human vessel to anchor their entry to bridge the worlds. The ritual required the offering of a pure spirit, which would then be slowly hollowed out and filled. Hollowed out and filled. The words echoed in my mind, a chilling confirmation of my deepest fears. They had begun the process. They had taken a part of me, planted a seed, and now I was a vessel, a living conduit for their return. My eyes burned as I continued to read, desperate for an answer, a way out. The pamphlet concluded with a chilling warning. Once touched by the hungry darkness, the vessel is forever marked. Its shadow will become, too, a beacon for the crossing until it is fully consumed. My shadow will become, too. I looked down at my own feet, suddenly terrified. The library was well-lit, harsh fluorescent tubes overhead. I could see my shadow, long and indistinct, stretching out behind me, but beside it, almost overlapping, I could make out a faint, almost transparent second shadow, wavering, shimmering, just like the one I had seen on the cabin, just like the tiny flicker I thought I'd seen in the camera photo. A cold, absolute terror washed over me, stronger than any I had felt in the chamber. It wasn't a hallucination. It wasn't a dream. It was real, and it was happening to me. I was marked. I was becoming the cabin. I was becoming them. I slammed the book shut, scattering dust. Martha looked up, startled. "Everything all right, dear?" she asked, her brow furrowed with concern. I couldn't answer. I just shook my head, my eyes wide with unshed tears. I grabbed my camera bag, the weight of it suddenly oppressive, and bolted from the library, not caring about the startled looks I received. I ran, not in the direction of my car, not towards home, but blindly, desperately, through the streets of Willow Creek, my lungs burning, the cold knot of terror tightening in my stomach. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed on a bench in a small, deserted park, gasping for air, tears streaming down my face. My shadow, two shadows, visible even in the bright morning light. Faint, yes, but undeniably there. An echo of myself, a spectral twin clinging to my form. I was the conduit, I was the vessel, and they were coming for me. My mind raced, trying to find a solution. If they wanted to fully hollow me out and fill me, that meant I wasn't completely gone yet. There was still a part of me left, a part they hadn't consumed. That part was fighting, desperately clinging to life, to sanity. The pamphlet mentioned the twin stars align. Was that a date, a specific time? I needed to find out more. If I knew when, maybe I could stop it. But how? How do you fight shadow entities from another dimension? Entities that can paralyze you, steal your soul, and bend reality. I thought back to the keychain flashlight, the weak yellow beam that had made them shriek and recoil. Light, they were vulnerable to light, but that little light had died, drained by the wooden carving, the carving that was a recipient and a vessel. So they used light or life force to power themselves, but also recoiled from raw light. It was a contradiction, a puzzle. Unless the carving was the problem, not the light itself. The carving had absorbed the light, turning it into power for them. It was a conduit just like me. If the carving amplified their power, if it bound the essence, then maybe destroying it could weaken them, or break the connection. But I had dropped it in the chamber, deep beneath the cabin. I couldn't go back there. I wouldn't. The thought alone sent shivers of primal fear down my spine. My phone buzzed, a text message from Ethan. "Hey, how did the shots turn out? Did you find the cabin with two shadows? Heard you were quiet yesterday. Everything okay?" My stomach turned. Ethan, the string in the tapestry, unaware. A crazy idea, born of desperation, began to form in my mind. If Ethan was a string, an instrument, perhaps he could be used again. He had heard about the cabin, knew about its reputation. He was interested in unique, remote structures. What if I could use him, just as they had used him, to get back to that cabin? Not to go inside, never inside, but to the clearing, to search for a way to fight back. It was insane, it was suicidal, but what other choice did I have? I was already marked, I was already the vessel. My time was running out. I took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady my racing heart. I still had the camera, the proof, the picture of the cabin, and the knowledge from the library, the research, the ancient lore. I had to be careful. I had to be smart. I couldn't let them know I knew. I couldn't let them know I was planning to fight back. The first step was to find out more about the twin stars align, that date, that prophecy. I stood up, my legs still shaky, but a new, grim determination hardening in my resolve. I pulled out my phone, my thumb hovering over Ethan's contact. The thought of speaking to him, of feigning normalcy after what I'd experienced, made my stomach clench. But desperation was a powerful motivator. He was my only lead, a living, breathing connection to that accursed place. I needed a plan. I couldn't tell him the truth. He'd think I was crazy, or worse, he'd dismiss it as a bad dream. The entities called him a string in the tapestry, unaware of the deeper melody. He was a tool for them, and now perhaps he could be a tool for me. I typed out a message, then deleted it. Too frantic, too vague. I needed something compelling, something that would pique his professional curiosity without raising alarm bells. Subject, cabin shots, and more. Oh, hey, Ethan. Hope you're doing well. Sorry for the radio silence yesterday. Had a bit of a rough hike back. Anyway, I looked through the cabin shots there. Interesting, definitely unique. But I think there might be more to that area than meets the eye. I stumbled upon some really peculiar rock formations and what looked like ancient markings deeper in the forest, near the cabin site. Might be something worth a second look, potentially for a broader feature on unexplored historical sites or unusual geology. Are you still interested in collaborating on something like that? I'm thinking of heading back out there with better gear and more time. I paused, rereading it. It was plausible. It appealed to his sense of adventure and professional interest. It gave me an excuse to revisit the location without revealing the true horror, and it provided a cover for bringing more equipment, specifically light sources. I hit send, then immediately regretted it. What if he said no? What if he suspected something? What if he was already under their influence more than I realized? My heart pounded with a mixture of fear and adrenaline. While I waited for his reply, I needed to gather more information. Twin stars align. That phrase from the pamphlet echoed in my mind. It sounded astronomical. I needed to find a way to calculate a date, a time. Back in my apartment, I pulled out my laptop. I wasn't an astronomer, but I could research. I searched for twin stars aligned prophecy, celestial events, ancient cultures, and similar phrases. The results were overwhelming, a mix of genuine astronomy, fringe theories, and pure fiction. But I persisted, narrowing my search to indigenous cultures of the Pacific Northwest, cross-referencing with local star charts and ancient calendars. Hours blurred into a haze of data. I discovered references to a rare celestial event, a planetary conjunction that occurred only once every few centuries. Two specific planets, often metaphorically referred to as wandering stars in ancient texts, would appear incredibly close in the night sky, almost merging into a single point of light. The next such alignment was predicted for a specific date, October 26th, barely 2 months away. My blood ran cold. 2 months. That was the deadline. That was when they planned to fully cross over. My phone buzzed, vibrating on the table next to me, making me jump. It was Ethan. Text interesting. Ancient markings, you say, and unusual geology. You certainly know how to pique a photographer's interest. My schedule is pretty tight for the next few weeks, but I might be able to squeeze in a day. What kind of gear are you thinking, and where exactly were these formations? A wave of relief, cold and unsettling, washed over me. He was in. He hadn't suspected anything. He was just curious. My reply, mostly better lighting equipment, maybe some geological survey tools. The formations were pretty deep in, hard to miss once you're in the right spot. I could draw up a rough map. How about a day trip around, say, mid-September? We could leave early, get some good light. Ethan, mid-September works. Keep me updated. Send me that map when you have it. This sounds like it could be a really compelling story. I stared at the screen, the grim reality settling in. I had just arranged to lead Ethan, an unsuspecting, well-meaning man, back to the precipice of an ancient evil. I was using him just as the entities had used him. The irony was bitter, tasting like ashes in my mouth. But what choice did I have? I was a marked woman, a ticking clock counting down to October 26th. If I didn't fight, I would be hollowed out and filled. I needed to prepare. I needed more than just a small keychain flashlight. I needed serious illumination. And I needed to understand what had happened to me, what it meant to have a part of my essence bound, and what this seed was that had taken root. The library was still my best resource. I returned the next day, determined, ignoring Martha's gentle inquiries about my health. I delved deeper into the pre-colonial indigenous texts, anything that spoke of spirit binding, soul fragments, and ancient rituals. It was slow, painstaking work. Many of the texts were metaphorical, steeped in spiritual beliefs that were hard for a modern mind to grasp, but certain themes recurred. The belief that a person's true self or life spark could be separated from the body under extreme duress or through powerful magic. This spark, if captured, could be bound to an object, giving that object a semblance of life or power. The wooden effigies with their polished stone eyes were precisely this, vessels for captured sparks. My spark, part of it at least, bound to the carving I had dropped in the chamber. The text also spoke of shadow walkers or spirit devourers who could only fully manifest in the physical world by anchoring themselves to a living bridge, a human being whose own essence had been weakened or partially consumed. This living bridge would then become a conduit, allowing the shadow walkers to slowly bleed into the human world, replacing the human's will and consciousness with their own. That's what the seed was, a piece of them taking root inside me, slowly replacing me. My second shadow, the draining feeling, the profound emptiness, it all fit. The more I read, the more a chilling theory solidified. They hadn't fully taken me because they needed a specific alignment, the twin stars, to complete the transition. They had begun the process, prepared the vessel, and now I was a living incubator, a bridge slowly being constructed. But there was a glimmer of hope, a recurring motif in the ancient stories, the light of the ancestral fires. It was said that pure, focused light, especially fire, could repel the shadow walkers, disrupt their manifestations, and even in rare cases break the binding of a soul fragment. But the light had to be sustained, powerful, and ritualistically pure. This wasn't just about turning on a floodlight. It was about something more profound. I also found references to certain sacred herbs and minerals, believed to have protective properties against malevolent spirits. Specifically, a rare, phosphorescent moss that grew only in deep, lightless caves, said to emit a cold light that purifies. I remembered seeing faint streaks of it on the walls of the underground chamber. Could that be a clue? I spent the next few weeks immersing myself in research, practically living at the library. Martha, the librarian, began to leave out specific books she thought might be relevant, a silent, knowing accomplice in my desperate quest for knowledge. I also started buying equipment, powerful flashlights, floodlights, portable generators, emergency flares, even some high-intensity UV lights used for forensics. Anything that generated strong, sustained light. I stocked up on survival gear, compass, GPS, first aid, ropes, rations. I was preparing for a war, not a photography trip. Ethan and I exchanged a few more texts, confirming the date for our geological survey, September 18th. He was excited about the prospect, completely oblivious. The guilt was a constant ache, but the fear of what would happen if I failed was far greater. As the days dwindled, the second shadow became more pronounced. Not just a faint flicker, but a distinct, shimmering outline, always clinging to me. It mirrored my movements, but with a subtle delay, a slightly different quality, like a distorted echo. When I was in direct sunlight, it was almost invisible, but in dimmer light, it was undeniably there. It was a constant, chilling reminder of my predicament. I also noticed subtle changes within myself, moments of profound coldness, an inexplicable urge to shy away from direct sunlight, a strange clarity of thought that bordered on detached indifference. Sometimes, when I was alone, I would hear faint whispers, not the chaotic roar of the chamber, but soft, insidious murmurs that seemed to emanate from the edges of my own mind. They were unintelligible, yet conveyed a sense of ancient patience, of waiting. I fought them. I forced myself to walk in the sun, to seek out warmth, to talk to people, to anchor myself in the normalcy of the human world. I blasted music, watched silly movies, tried to immerse myself in anything that wasn't shadow and dread. But the changes were slowly, inexorably taking hold. I was losing myself. September 18th arrived, a cool, overcast day mirroring the original encounter. I met Ethan at the trailhead, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. He was his usual enthusiastic self, laden with camera gear, a wide smile on his face. "Ready for another adventure," he greeted, completely unaware of the true nature of the journey ahead. "As I'll ever be," I managed, forcing a smile. My backpack was heavy, stuffed with lights, batteries, and the ancient texts I'd photocopied. I had also managed to acquire a small, sturdy pickaxe from a hardware store, ostensibly for geological samples, but in reality, a desperate, symbolic weapon. As we hiked, I kept my eyes peeled, not for unusual rock formations, but for the landmarks I remembered. The twisted oak, the moss-covered boulders, the subtle shifts in terrain. My internal compass, surprisingly, felt sharper, more attuned to the forest. Was this part of the seed, a twisted form of connection to this ancient land? I led Ethan along a slightly different path than my original one, looping around the direct approach to the cabin. I didn't want to just stumble upon it. I wanted to be in control, to approach it with a purpose. "Are you sure you know where you're going?" Ethan asked eventually, consulting his own GPS. We seemed to be veering off the known trails. "Just exploring some interesting anomalies," I replied, feigning nonchalance. "The map I drew up is based on some old surveyor's notes. He marked some intriguing spots. It wasn't entirely a lie. Thomas Blackwood's map did exist, even if I was using it for a vastly different purpose." Finally, after hours of hiking, the trees thinned. We emerged into the clearing. The cabin stood before us, ancient and weathered, looking exactly as it had the first time. The same oppressive stillness hung in the air, the same unnatural chill. But this time I was prepared. My fear was still there, a cold, hard lump in my gut, but it was now tempered with a desperate resolve. Wow, Ethan breathed, his camera already up, snapping photos. "This is it, the cabin with two shadows, still gives off that strange vibe." He didn't seem to notice the actual two shadows I cast now, a subtle shimmer beside my own, even in the subdued daylight. Or maybe he just dismissed it as an optical illusion, the way a rational mind would. "I need to get some setup shots first," he said, moving towards the cabin, tripod in hand. "The light's perfect for it." "Wait," I called, my voice sharper than I intended. He paused, turning to me, a surprised look on his face. Let's check out the area around it first. I think the anomalies I mentioned are more pronounced away from the cabin itself." He shrugged, obliging, though I could tell he was eager to get closer to the structure. I steered him towards the edge of the clearing, away from the cabin door, trying to get my bearings. My heart hammered. I was back, back at the mouth of the pit. As I surveyed the clearing, a familiar scent wafted through the air, faint but unmistakable, the metallic, coppery tang. It was here. The presence was here. "This is where I saw those markings," I lied, pointing to a cluster of moss-covered rocks. "Let's see if we can get some close-ups." Ethan, ever the professional, began setting up his macro lens, completely engrossed. This was my chance. "I'm just going to scout a bit further into the tree line, see if there are more formations," I told him, trying to sound casual. "I've got my comms if anything interesting comes up." I patted my pocket where a small, powerful two-way radio lay. It was a lie. We had no comms. He'd assume I meant my phone. He nodded, barely looking up from his camera. "Sure, no problem. I'll be here for a while. Let me know if you find anything worth a shot." I walked away, my legs stiff, every nerve screaming at me to run, to flee, but I pushed through it. I had a mission. I circled the cabin at a distance, looking for the exact spot where I had fallen. I remembered the floorboards giving way, the sudden drop, but the cabin itself looked untouched, unblemished. No gaping hole, no sign of rupture. The ancient wood was just that, ancient wood. It was almost as if the floor had healed itself, or the cabin had momentarily shifted dimensions. My heart sank. How could I get back into the chamber? If the entrance wasn't obvious, if it only opened under specific circumstances, I was stuck. Then I remembered the wooden carving, the one with the stone eyes and the twin grooves. It was a recipient, a vessel, and it had absorbed my tiny light, becoming an amplifier for their power. It was likely still in the chamber. If I could get to it, if I could destroy it, maybe I could sever the connection, free my essence. But getting back in was the problem. The robed figure had said the cabin was a conduit, a point of focus. It draws from the veil, it directs the curious. Could it be that the cabin itself was the threshold, and that its interior could only be accessed when a curious individual or an offering was present or under a certain alignment of energies? The whispers, the shadows, my name, they had all converged when I was inside. I walked towards the cabin, slowly, deliberately. The air grew heavier, colder, the coppery scent more potent. I could feel their presence, a low thrum beneath my feet, a subtle pressure against my skin. They knew I was here. My second shadow, a shimmering distortion, elongated and deepened as I approached the cabin's threshold. It seemed to lean towards the weathered logs, almost eager. A chilling thought struck me. Was my second shadow, this partial fragment of them inside me, drawn to the source? I reached the front door, the same door that had slammed shut on me. It was still closed, but it wasn't locked. The wood was rough, scarred by time, but there were no modern latches, no bolts. It simply hung there, heavy and silent. I remembered the fear, the paralysis, the moment the light died. I wasn't going in unprotected this time. I unzipped my backpack, pulling out my most powerful tactical flashlight. It was a heavy, military-grade device, designed for extreme conditions, capable of emitting a beam of over 2,000 lumens. I also retrieved a smaller, but still bright, headlamp. I clipped the radio to my belt, a useless but comforting weight. And finally, I took out the pickaxe, its steel head gleaming dully in the dim light. It felt heavy, solid, real. I also pulled out a small, sealed plastic bag containing a handful of dried herbs and some crushed, phosphorescent moss I had managed to extract from a damp cave wall during my research. A desperate, almost ritualistic attempt at protection based on the ancient texts. I crumbled some of the moss, rubbing it into the pickaxe head, then sprinkling the herbs around the doorframe. It felt foolish, superstitious, but I clung to any potential advantage. Ready, I whispered to myself, my voice trembling slightly. I took a deep breath, aimed the powerful flashlight at the door, and slowly, cautiously pushed it open. It creaked inward, a long, drawn-out groan that echoed through the silence. Inside, the cabin was exactly as I remembered it. The collapsed cot, the overturned chair, the grimy window. Dust motes danced in the weak light filtering through the cracked panes, and on the far wall where they had stood before were the two shadows. They were faint, almost indistinct in the relative light, but they were there. Tall, impossibly dark columns wavering at the edges, not solid yet, but present. They were waiting. The air grew heavy, thick with the familiar metallic scent. The whispers began, a low, guttural murmur that seemed to press in from all directions, swirling around me. Not my name this time, but a chaotic, angry hum, a chorus of frustrated impatience. I stepped inside, aiming the flashlight directly at the shadows. The beam, blindingly bright, hit them and they recoiled, shimmering violently. The whispers shrieked, a cacophony of enraged sound. The effect was immediate, more pronounced than with my tiny keychain light. "Stay back," I shouted, my voice surprisingly steady. I swept the beam around the room, forcing the shadows to retreat further into the corners, dissolving slightly at the edges. This was it, I was inside, but how to get to the chamber? I looked down at the floorboards where I had fallen. They looked solid, normal, no gaping maw, no sign of passage. The whispers intensified, growing bolder despite the light, circling around me. The air grew colder, and the metallic smell became overwhelming. I could feel their presence, an icy breath against my cheek. "You return, little offering," a dry, rasping whisper, the same ancient voice from the chamber, resonated in my mind, not from the shadows, but from within my own head. "Foolish, you only hasten the coming." My heart pounded. They were inside my head. The seed was allowing them to communicate directly. "Where is the entrance?" I demanded, aiming the light frantically around the floor. "How do I get back in?" The whispers coalesced into a chilling chuckle, both from within my mind and from the swirling shadows. "The entrance is not a place, little one. It is a moment, a surrender, a willingness to embrace the darkness." A surrender. I remembered the feeling of the floor giving way, the feeling of my will draining. It wasn't a physical trap, it was a psychological one. "Not this time," I snarled, clutching the pickaxe tighter. I wouldn't surrender. I wouldn't give them another inch. I noticed something then, a faint, almost imperceptible pulsation coming from the floorboards directly beneath where the two shadows were most concentrated. A low thrum, barely audible, but vibrating through the rough wood. It was the same hum I had felt in the chamber. This was the nexus. This was where the veil was thinnest. I raised the pickaxe, my muscles tense. "I'm not surrendering," I said, louder now, my voice echoing in the small cabin. "I'm fighting back." With a guttural cry, I brought the pickaxe down, aiming for the pulsating spot on the floor. The impact was jarring, resounding. Splinters flew. The wood groaned, but it held. It was ancient, incredibly dense timber. The whispers shrieked again, a furious, enraged sound. The shadows surged forward, recoiling only at the last moment from the direct beam of my flashlight. The red eyes flared in the gloom, burning with intensified malice. "You cannot break what is not physical, fool," the voice in my head hissed, full of contempt. "This place is merely an echo. The true gateway is within you." My blood ran cold. The true gateway is within me, the seed, the vessel. They weren't just trying to get into my world, they were trying to get through me to become me. Another swing of the pickaxe, harder this time. The wood groaned again, but still did not break. I was making no progress. It was useless. My gaze fell on my camera, still slung around my neck. The picture, the one with the faint third shadow, the reflection. My shadow will become two. A horrifying realization dawned. The cabin floor hadn't healed. The entrance wasn't just a physical hole. It was a projection, a doorway that manifested when the conditions were right, when the vessel was present and succumbing. And the only way for me to get back to the chamber was to force that surrender, to invite that moment of paralysis and fall, to willingly give them the energy they needed. No, I couldn't, I wouldn't. But what other choice did I have? The carving, my bound essence, was down there, the key to breaking their hold on me. I looked at the shadows, swirling and hissing in the corners, their red eyes fixed on me. They were growing bolder, slowly creeping forward, testing the limits of my light. The powerful beam seemed to hurt them, but it didn't stop them. It just made them angry. You need to know your enemy, I muttered, recalling another piece of lore from the library, and its source. I needed to find the carving, and I needed to fight the real battle, the spiritual one, the one for my essence. Ethan, he was still outside, oblivious, my partner in this unwitting excursion. I couldn't let him walk into this. I had to get him out. I backed away from the pulsing floorboards, sweeping the powerful beam around the room, forcing the shadows back. I'm leaving, I announced, my voice trembling but firm, and I'm taking your human bait with me. The whispers erupted into a furious shriek, a sound that seemed to physically tear at the air. The temperature in the cabin plummeted, and the metallic scent became suffocating. The shadows surged forward, closer than they had been, their red eyes burning with a terrible rage. They didn't want me to leave. They wanted me to stay, to succumb. I turned and bolted for the door, my heart hammering. I threw it open, spilling light into the clearing. The shadows recoiled violently from the sudden blast of natural light, shrieking in protest. I stumbled out, gasping for breath, the cool forest air a welcome relief after the oppressive atmosphere of the cabin. Ethan, I yelled, my voice raw. We need to go now. He looked up from his camera, startled, his brow furrowed in confusion. What's wrong? Did you find something? Get your gear, I urged, my eyes darting back to the cabin door. The shadows were still recoiling, but I could feel their presence building, pressing against the threshold, eager to follow. We have to leave, it's not safe. What are you talking about? He asked, clearly bewildered, but he started to pack up his tripod, sensing the genuine urgency in my voice. No time to explain, I said, grabbing his camera bag and slinging it over my shoulder. Just follow me, run. I didn't wait for him to argue. I sprinted into the dense forest, back the way we had come, my pickaxe clutched in one hand, the powerful flashlight illuminating the path ahead. Ethan, surprised but responding to my frantic energy, picked up his pace, jogging behind me. As we plunged into the trees, I felt a chilling sensation, a cold brush against my back, as if something was reaching out, almost touching me. The whispers, faint now, seemed to follow, carried on the wind, a frustrated, hungry murmur. What the hell was that, Sarah? Ethan finally managed, panting, as we put more distance between ourselves and the clearing. You're scaring me. I didn't answer. I just kept running, adrenaline surging through my veins. We ran for what felt like miles, until our lungs burned and our legs ached. We finally collapsed by a stream, gasping for air, leaning against a mossy boulder. "Okay," Ethan said, wiping sweat from his brow. "Now you have to tell me. What was that? You looked like you'd seen a ghost." "Worse," I said, my voice hoarse. I looked at him, really looked at him. He was a good man, trusting, professional, and I had dragged him into this nightmare. "Look, Ethan," I began, the words tumbling out, desperate and raw. "I know this is going to sound insane, but you have to believe me. That cabin, it's not just an old structure. It's a gateway, a place where something ancient and evil resides, something that feeds on fear, on life force." His expression shifted from confusion to disbelief, then to a flicker of concern. "Sarah, are you okay? You're clearly shaken. Maybe we should just get you back to your car, get you home." "No," I snapped more forcefully than I intended. "Don't you understand? It's real. I was there, Ethan. I fell through the floor, into an underground chamber. There were robed figures, an altar, an egg-shaped rock. They called me an offering. They tried to take my soul." His eyes widened, not entirely with disbelief, but with a dawning horror. He wasn't entirely dismissive. Perhaps the strange vibe of the cabin, combined with my obvious terror, was enough to plant a seed of doubt in his rational mind. "Sarah, that sounds like a nightmare," he said, his voice softer, gentler. "You must have hit your head, or maybe the altitude got to you." "It wasn't a dream," I insisted, pulling out my phone, scrolling to the infamous photo. "Look, the cabin, the two shadows, you saw them yourself." He looked at the picture, then back at me. "Okay, the shadows are strange, I'll give you that, but a hidden chamber, robed figures, that's a bit much, don't you think?" I closed my eyes, frustration and despair overwhelming me. How could I make him understand? How could I convince him of the impossible? "I have proof," I said, opening my eyes, a grim resolve hardening my features. "Not just the picture. I have information, Ethan, from old texts, from local legends. They called them the Whispering Ones. They plan to cross over into our world on October 26th during a planetary alignment." I explained everything, the essence binding, the seed, the vessel, the second shadow that clung to me. I even showed him my own shadow, faint but undeniable, clinging to my feet in the dappled sunlight filtering through the trees. He stared, his jaw slack. He looked from my shadow to the ground, then back to my face. The rational part of him was struggling, desperately trying to find a logical explanation. But the evidence, my absolute conviction, and the strange phenomena he himself had experienced with the cabin were chipping away at his skepticism. "I know it's a lot to take in," I continued, pressing my advantage, "but you helped them, Ethan. Unwittingly, you led me there. You created the project. You gave me the coordinates. You were a string in the tapestry, as they called it. And now, I need your help to fight back." He ran a hand through his hair, his mind clearly reeling. "Fight back against shadow beings. Sarah, what are you even talking about? What can we do?" "They're vulnerable to light," I explained, remembering my powerful flashlight's effect, "and to ritualistically pure fire. And I need to get back into that chamber, to destroy a carving that holds a part of my soul. It's the key to severing their hold on me, to stopping them from fully crossing over." He stared at me, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and a nascent, terrifying understanding. "You want to go back there, into that thing, to destroy a carving." "I have to," I said, my voice firm. "If I don't, I become their gateway. And then they'll be here, Ethan, fully here. And you, me, everyone, will be hollowed out and filled, just like Alara Vance." I told him about the old newspaper article, The Missing Woman. He sat in stunned silence for a long moment, processing the unimaginable. He was a practical, grounded person, a photographer who dealt with tangible reality. This was a direct assault on everything he knew to be true. Finally, he spoke, his voice low and shaky. Okay, okay, say I believe you. Say all of this, the cabin, the shadows, the chamber. It's all real. What makes you think we can fight them? What makes you think we can survive going back there? Because I'm still here, I said, holding his gaze. A part of me is still here, fighting, and I have until October 26th. If we work together, if we use what I've learned, we might have a chance. You know this forest, you're resourceful, and you have a good eye for detail. I need your skills, Ethan. I can't do this alone. He looked away, staring into the dense trees, his mind clearly racing. I could see the internal struggle, the fight between rational skepticism and the undeniable, horrifying implications of my story. He had seen the two shadows, felt the vibe. He knew there was something wrong with that place. All right, he said finally, turning back to me, his face pale but resolute. All right, Sarah, I'm in. This is bigger than any story I've ever chased. But if you're right, if there's even a fraction of truth to this, then we can't just walk away. A wave of profound relief washed over me, almost dizzying in its intensity. I wasn't alone. I had an ally, a human ally, even if he was still grappling with the sheer impossibility of it all. Thank you, Ethan, I whispered, tears pricking at my eyes. Thank you. Don't thank me yet, he said, a grim humor in his voice. We're going to need a hell of a lot more than just a pickaxe and a flashlight, and we need a plan, a real plan. How do we even get back into that chamber without you surrendering? That was the million-dollar question. I explained my theory. The entrance wasn't a hole, but a temporary rupture in reality, triggered by specific energy or the vulnerability of the vessel. I also told him about the X on Thomas Blackwood's map, marked the pit, and his notes about a deep energy vortex and magnetic anomalies. If it's an energy vortex, Ethan mused, his mind already shifting into problem-solving mode, then there must be a way to disrupt it, or stabilize it. We need to figure out what triggers the opening and how to counter it. And the twin stars align date, I added. That's when they plan to make their full crossing. We need to stop them before then. We spent the rest of the hike back to the car talking, planning, brainstorming. Ethan, once he accepted the impossibility, proved to be incredibly pragmatic and resourceful. He was a photographer, but he also had a background in wilderness survival and a keen understanding of technology. First things first, he said as we reached our cars. We need more light, not just flashlights, but something that can sustain a powerful, focused beam, something that can illuminate an entire chamber, and maybe something for a contained, ritualistic fire, as you mentioned from the lore. Generators, I suggested, powerful LEDs, maybe even a flamethrower. The thought, half joking, sent a chill down my spine. Let's stick to less conspicuous options for now, he said, a faint smile playing on his lips. And we need to revisit that library. Your research is invaluable, but two heads are better than one, especially when those heads are trying to save the world from shadow demons. We agreed to meet at the library the next day, and then at a specialized outdoor equipment store. Our mission had officially begun. The drive back to Willow Creek was a blur. The exhaustion hit me hard, but there was also a strange sense of purpose. I was no longer a helpless victim. I was a warrior, armed with knowledge and a newfound ally. As I pulled into my driveway, I glanced at my shadow in the car's headlights. The second shadow was still there, distinct now, a constant reminder of the fight ahead, but it felt different tonight. less oppressive, as if the act of fighting back, of refusing to surrender, had momentarily pushed it into retreat. The next few weeks were a whirlwind of activity. Ethan and I became inseparable, fueled by coffee and a shared, terrifying secret. We spent days at the library, poring over texts, cross-referencing ancient legends with modern scientific theories. Ethan, true to his word, plunged into the research with a fierce, almost obsessive dedication. His methodical approach, a stark contrast to my frantic, fear-driven scans, quickly organized the vast array of information I'd collected. We set up shop in my small apartment, transforming it into a war room. Maps of whispering pines covered one wall, annotated with Thomas Blackwood's cryptic warnings and our own guesses. Diagrams of planetary alignments, printouts of ancient indigenous symbols, and lists of potential equipment cluttered every surface. So the whispering ones don't have a physical form in our dimension, not yet, Ethan summarized one evening, tapping a finger on a photocopied page about shadow folk. They exist in a kind of veil or etheric state, and they need a conduit, a vessel, to bridge the gap and become corporeal. And that vessel is me, I finished, the words tasting like ash. My second shadow, now a more solid, shimmering twin, swayed behind me in the apartment's dim light, a constant, chilling presence. It moved with me, but sometimes, when I wasn't looking directly, it seemed to stretch, to lean, to have a subtle life of its own. Precisely, and the seed is a fragment of their essence, slowly taking root, hollowing you out and filling you, as the texts say, Ethan continued, circling a phrase on another document. It's a gradual process, but the planetary alignment on October 26th is the critical juncture. That's when the veil is thinnest and they can complete the crossing through you. So we have to sever the connection before then, I stated, the urgency a cold knot in my stomach. Destroy the carving, free my essence, and disrupt the ritual. But how? Ethan asked, pushing his glasses up his nose. The entrance to the chamber isn't a physical door. It's a moment, a surrender. We can't let you willingly go back down there. That's exactly what they want. It would only strengthen their hold. We wrestled with this problem for days. The lore spoke of specific energies, of emotional resonance, of the curiosity that the cabin directs. My first fall had been a moment of terror, paralysis, and an almost instinctual giving in to the unknown. What if, Ethan began slowly one afternoon, poring over Blackwood's detailed map, the pit itself isn't just a physical hole, but a localized energy vortex. Blackwood mentioned magnetic anomalies and a deep energy vortex. What if the collapse of the floorboards was just a physical manifestation of a localized energetic disruption, triggered by your emotional state and the presence of the entities? And the cabin acts as a focal point, I added, connecting the dots. A kind of antenna that amplifies and directs the energy, making the veil thin enough for a moment to occur. Exactly, Ethan said, his eyes lighting up. So, if we can create a similar energetic disruption, but one we control, one that doesn't involve your surrender, we might be able to force the passage open without risking you falling into their trap again. What kind of disruption? I asked, a spark of hope igniting within me. High-frequency sound, directed electromagnetic pulses, perhaps even a concentrated burst of a specific light frequency, he mused. The texts mention that the whispering ones recoil from light, but they also draw power from certain types of energy, particularly emotional and spiritual. It's a delicate balance. We need to find a frequency or energy type that is disruptive to them, but not to you. and one that can create a momentary breach in the veil at the cabin's location. Our focus shifted to technology. Ethan, with his knack for understanding complex equipment, researched specialized sound emitters, industrial-grade UV lights, and even experimental electromagnetic pulse generators. Our budget was tight, but we pooled our savings, selling off some of his less vital camera gear and a few of my own possessions. The phosphorescent moss, mentioned in the ancient texts as cold light that purifies, was also a point of interest. We found references to it growing only in areas of high telluric energy, often associated with spiritual sites. It seemed to embody a strange contradiction: light from darkness, purification from an ominous source. I remembered seeing faint traces of it in the chamber. Could it be a natural disruptor? I wondered, something that interferes with their energy signature. Potentially, Ethan agreed. If it's naturally occurring in their domain, it might have evolved as a sort of antipathogen, a resistance to their influence. We need to collect more of it. The procurement of equipment was a challenge. We couldn't just walk into a store and buy military-grade EMP devices. We had to be creative, scouring online surplus sites, discreetly acquiring components, and using Ethan's technical skills to modify existing commercial products into something more potent. We acquired several high-powered industrial floodlights, each capable of blasting tens of thousands of lumens. We bought generators to power them. Ethan designed a portable directional sound emitter, repurposing components from a concert-grade subwoofer and a powerful amplifier. For ritualistic fire, we settled on industrial-grade emergency flares and a small propane-fueled burner that could produce a sustained, clean flame. "We need to test these," Ethan declared one evening, surrounded by wires, circuit boards, and battery packs. "We can't just walk in there blindly." Our testing ground became a remote, abandoned quarry deep in the forest, far from any trails or curious eyes. We set up the floodlights, pointing them at a rock face. The sheer intensity of the light was astounding, illuminating the quarry like day. Then came the sound emitter. When Ethan switched it on, a low, unnerving hum filled the air, escalating into a piercing, almost painful high frequency that vibrated through our bones. It was disorienting, designed to create a feeling of unease and disruption. "This feels wrong," I mumbled, clutching my head. "Good," Ethan grunted, adjusting a dial. "It means it's working. The idea is to create a frequency that directly interferes with their vibrational state, disrupting their ability to coalesce or manifest. It's like hitting a tuning fork with a hammer." The most unsettling aspect of our preparation was the deepening presence of my second shadow. It was no longer just a faint flicker. It was a distinct, shimmering entity that clung to me, responding to my emotions. When I was afraid, it seemed to deepen, to stretch. When I felt strong and determined, it shrank slightly, though never fully disappearing. And the whispers, they were no longer just in my head, but sometimes in the quiet moments, they seemed to brush against my ears, a faint, sibilant rustle just at the edge of hearing. I found myself instinctively shying away from direct sunlight more often, feeling a peculiar comfort in the cool embrace of twilight. My appetite for warm, cooked food lessened, replaced by a strange craving for cold water and raw, bitter herbs. "Are you okay?" Ethan asked me one afternoon, noticing my distant gaze. "You seem different." I forced a smile. "Just tired. All this research is exhausting." I didn't tell him about the growing coldness, the whispers that sometimes suggested ancient, predatory wisdom, the subtle desires that were not entirely my own. I couldn't afford to worry him or worse, make him doubt our mission. I had to maintain control. We also practiced our movements. I couldn't afford to be paralyzed again. Ethan, using his camera as a stand-in for the entities, would simulate an attack, and I would practice sweeping the powerful floodlight, activating the sound emitter, and preparing the ritual fire. We rehearsed the sequence of actions over and over until they became second nature. The plan was audacious, bordering on suicidal. We would return to the cabin with our arsenal of light and sound. I would approach the threshold, allowing the entities to begin their moment of energetic disruption, but this time I would resist the mental paralysis. As the floorboards began to show signs of shifting, Ethan would trigger the sound emitter and floodlights, aimed at the presumed point of entry. The combination of intense light and disruptive frequency, coupled with my refusal to surrender, would, we hoped, force the entrance to the chamber open without allowing the entities to gain further purchase on my soul. Once the passage was open, I would descend, armed with a smaller but still powerful tactical flashlight and the pickaxe. My mission: locate and destroy the wooden carving. Ethan would remain above ground, maintaining the energy disruption, ensuring the passage remained open, and providing cover with the floodlights against any shadow entities that might try to emerge. The days melted into weeks, October 26th looming like a dark storm cloud on the horizon. The full moon was just a few days away, a stark white orb hanging in the autumn sky. The weather turned colder, the forest preparing for winter. Finally, we were ready. Our equipment was packed, our plan meticulously rehearsed. It was the night of October 23rd, 3 days before the alignment. We couldn't wait any longer. The whispers had grown bolder, the feeling of something ancient stirring within me becoming almost unbearable. I felt them, pushing against my inner walls, eager for the impending gateway. "Tonight's the night," Ethan said, his voice grim, as we loaded the last generator into his truck. He had parked his Subaru further down the road, making sure we had 2 escape vehicles ready, just in case. "Tonight or never," I replied, a cold resolve settling in my heart. The fear was still there, a constant companion, but it was now a sharp, focused instrument, not a paralyzing dread. The drive to the trailhead was silent, punctuated only by the hum of the engine and the subtle creak of heavy gear in the truck bed. The air was crisp, the sky a vast canvas of glittering stars. No clouds, just the cold, indifferent gaze of the cosmos. We began our hike under the eerie glow of the nearly full moon. The forest was alive with night sounds, rustling leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the snap of a twig. Each sound was amplified, distorted by the tension humming between us. My second shadow was particularly vivid tonight, a shimmering, distorted twin that seemed to drink in the moonlight, becoming almost opaque. As we neared the clearing, the familiar chill began to seep into the air. The metallic scent, coppery and ancient, grew stronger. The silence that fell over the clearing was absolute, the forest noises abruptly ceasing as if a heavy blanket had been thrown over them. The cabin loomed before us, a dark, jagged silhouette against the moonlit sky. It looked even more menacing at night, its windows like empty eye sockets staring out into the void. "Okay," Ethan whispered, his breath pluming in the cold air. "Generators first. We need power before we do anything else." We worked quickly, silently, setting up 2 portable generators a safe distance from the cabin. The soft growl of the engines, once they roared to life, was a welcome mechanical sound, a defiance against the unnatural stillness. Next, the floodlights. We positioned them on tripods, aiming their powerful beams directly at the cabin's front door and the ground just inside the threshold. The directional sound emitter was placed strategically, its parabolic dish pointed at the same spot. Finally, the industrial flares and the propane burner. We set them near the floodlights, ready to ignite. I also took out the small bag of phosphorescent moss and dried herbs, rubbing a generous amount of the glowing moss onto the pickaxe head and sprinkling the herbs around the cabin's entrance. "Ready?" Ethan asked, his hand hovering over the switch for the floodlights. His face was pale in the moonlight, his eyes wide with apprehension. "As I'll ever be," I affirmed, gripping the pickaxe. My tactical flashlight, a beacon of defiance, was already clipped to my belt. "Remember the sequence," he reminded me. "You feel the pull, you resist. As soon as the floorboards show signs of giving, I hit the lights and the sound." I nodded, taking a deep, fortifying breath. My second shadow stretched out behind me, an eager, dark mirror. I walked towards the cabin, slowly, deliberately. The air grew colder with every step, the metallic tang becoming almost suffocating. Whispers began to circle, faint at first, then growing in intensity, a chorus of sibilant sounds that pressed in on my mind, attempting to disorient, to tempt. "Come, little offering," the familiar dry, rasping voice echoed in my head. "The hunger grows, surrender, embrace the endless dark." I focused, pushing back against the mental assault. "No, I am not an offering, I am a fighter." I reached the cabin door. It hung ajar, just as I remembered, a dark maw inviting me in. The shadows within the cabin were already coalescing, tall and impossibly dark, their red eyes glowing faintly in the gloom, watching me. I stepped over the threshold, into the chilling embrace of the cabin. The whispers intensified, surging forward, trying to break my resolve. The metallic scent was now overpowering, making me gag. The red eyes flared, burning with an ancient, predatory intelligence. "You enter the maw once more," the voice hissed, directly in my mind. "This time there is no escape, only consumption." My vision blurred at the edges, the world swaying. The familiar paralysis tried to creep up my legs, to freeze my muscles, to drain my will. But this time I fought it. I pictured Ethan outside, the powerful lights, the sound emitter. I pictured my life, my bakery, the warmth of the sun. "No, I will not surrender." I felt a faint vibration beneath my feet, a low thrum growing stronger. The floorboards directly beneath the two primary shadows began to pulse, a subtle flexing of the ancient wood. This was it, the energy vortex, the moment. "Now, Ethan," I yelled, my voice a raw, desperate cry. The clearing exploded with light and sound. The floodlights, positioned perfectly, blasted into the cabin, illuminating every dusty corner with a blinding, pure white intensity. The shadows within shrieked, a piercing, inhuman wail of agony and rage, recoiling violently from the sudden assault. Their red eyes flared, then dimmed, struggling against the onslaught. Simultaneously, the sound emitter unleashed its high-frequency hum, a disorienting, vibrating assault that seemed to tear at the very fabric of the air. The whispers were drowned out, replaced by a chaotic, angry cacophony of distorted sound. Underneath the assault, the floorboards groaned. The pulsing intensified, no longer a subtle thrum but a visible warping of the wood. A crack, long and jagged, snaked across the floor, directly where the shadows had been strongest. The wood began to splinter and recede, not breaking, but somehow dissolving, opening. The familiar sensation of falling began, a dizzying drop, but this time it was different. I was still gripping the pickaxe, still standing, even as the floor dissolved beneath my feet, revealing the churning, inky blackness of the pit. The paralysis was gone, driven back by the sheer sensory overload and my fierce will to resist. I didn't fall, I descended, controlled, deliberate. The edges of the opening shimmered with an unsettling, dark energy, but the powerful light from the floodlights, now aimed down into the newly formed maw, cut through the gloom, pushing back the encroaching darkness. "Go, Sarah, go," Ethan's voice, strained but resolute, echoed from above. "I'll keep the lights on." I plunged into the darkness, my own tactical flashlight cutting a sharp beam through the oppressive gloom. The air grew immediately colder, heavier, saturated with the metallic, coppery scent. The whispers, though muffled by the sound emitter above, still clawed at the edges of my perception, a desperate, hungry chorus. The descent was rough, a jagged, uneven tunnel of rough-hewn rock and ancient earth. I scrambled down, using my hands and feet, the pickaxe a clumsy but reassuring weight. The phosphorescent moss glowed faintly on the cave walls, providing a ghostly, cold light that seemed to repel the deepening shadows. My second shadow, incredibly, was still with me, a shimmering, distorted presence that seemed to writhe and stretch, almost enjoying the darkness, yet recoiling from my flashlight's beam. I reached the bottom, landing with a jarring thud on the packed earth of the chamber floor. The light from above, though filtered, still streamed down, creating an eerie, ethereal glow that pushed back the absolute blackness. The chamber was exactly as I remembered it. The rough-hewn walls, the strange, organic outcroppings, the oppressive atmosphere. And in the center, the altar, with the egg-shaped rock pulsating with a faint, malevolent red light. My eyes immediately scanned the floor. The carving, where was it? The whispers in my head surged, furious and disorienting. "Fool, you cannot defy us. The seed is planted. The vessel is ours." I ignored them, sweeping my tactical flashlight around the chamber. And there it was, lying on the cold stone floor near the base of the altar, half obscured by a fallen piece of rock. The wooden effigy with its polished stone eyes still emanating that faint, malevolent hum. My heart pounded. It was still intact. It was still binding a piece of me. I moved towards it, my steps deliberate, ignoring the shadows that writhed at the edges of the light, drawn and repelled in equal measure. They were bolder down here, less affected by the ambient light from above, but my tactical flashlight still kept them at bay, forcing them into the darker corners. Their red eyes, hundreds of them, seemed to materialize and vanish in the gloom, watching my every move. "You will not have it," the dry, rasping voice shrieked in my mind, echoing the chaotic chorus of whispers. "The essence is ours, the binding is complete." As I neared the carving, a jolt of raw, agonizing pain shot through my chest. It wasn't physical, it was a tearing sensation, as if an invisible thread connecting me to the world was being stretched, thinned, threatened with snapping. My second shadow flared, twisting violently, almost separating from me, writhing with an unnatural hunger. They were fighting back. They were pulling on the bound piece of my soul, using the carving as a lever, trying to drag me down, to fully consume me. I gasped, staggering, but I pushed through the pain. This was the spiritual battle. This was the test of my will. I reached the carving, bending down to pick it up. As my fingers closed around the rough wood, another wave of agony ripped through me, more intense this time. The carving felt cold, ancient, yet it thrummed with a dark, malevolent energy, a parasitic life. The stone eyes seemed to glow faintly, reflecting my own terrified face. "Free me," a new voice whispered, not from the entities, but from within the carving itself. My own voice, faint, distorted, yet undeniably mine. The fragment of my soul, trapped, crying out for release. A surge of protective fury washed over me, stronger than the pain. I wouldn't let them have it. I wouldn't let them have me. I stood holding the carving in one hand, the pickaxe raised in the other. The shadows in the chamber recoiled from my determined stance, their red eyes burning with impotent rage. "You cannot break what is bound," the dry voice shrieked, desperate now. "It is part of you. To destroy it is to destroy yourself." A lie, a desperate final lie. They needed that piece of me, bound and controlled. They needed it to anchor their crossing. Destroying it might hurt, might be dangerous, but it was the only way to sever the connection. "Then I will break myself to break you," I roared, the words echoing through the dark chamber, defiant and resolute. With a primal scream, I brought the pickaxe down. The blow was precise, powerful. The ancient wood of the carving, surprisingly dense, cracked with a sickening crunch. Splinters flew, and a guttural, collective shriek of anguish erupted from the shadows, a sound that tore at the very fabric of my being. But the carving didn't shatter, not completely. The pickaxe had lodged deeply, but the wood, infused with dark energy, resisted total destruction. The stone eyes of the effigy shattered, however, fragmenting into glittering dust. A blinding flash of light erupted from the carving, a burst of pure, raw energy. It was cold, sharp, and excruciatingly painful, like a lightning bolt tearing through my very core. I cried out, dropping the pickaxe and clutching the broken carving to my chest, doubled over in agony. The chamber was plunged into chaos. The shadows shrieked, twisting and writhing, their forms momentarily solidifying, then dissipating, unable to withstand the sudden release of energy. The egg-shaped rock on the altar flared, pulsing erratically, its malevolent glow struggling against the pure white light now radiating from the shattered carving. In my second shadow, it recoiled with a violent, agonizing spasm, tearing at my own essence. A scream, not entirely mine, tore from my throat as I felt a profound, visceral wrenching within me. A part of me was being ripped away, but this time it was a piece of them. The seed, the hollow, the filling, it was being violently expelled. I fell to my knees, gasping, my body racked with convulsions. The broken carving lay clutched in my hands, still radiating a faint, sputtering light. The whispers in my head were gone, replaced by a deafening silence, followed by a sudden, blissful quiet. Then a wave of profound relief, a warmth spreading through my chest, filling the aching emptiness that had been there for weeks. It was like a long-held breath finally released, a light returning to a dark room. My own essence, no longer bound, no longer diluted, surged back, whole and free. I looked down at my hands. The carving, though damaged, was still holding on. It needed to be completely destroyed. I forced myself up, shaking, my head swimming. The shadows, though weakened and in disarray, were still there, clinging to the deepest gloom, regrouping. Their red eyes, though dimmer, still watched me with hatred. I raised the broken carving above my head, channeling every ounce of my will, every last spark of renewed strength. "You will not have me," I screamed, my voice raw but clear. "You will not cross." I smashed the carving against the stone floor of the chamber, again and again, until it splintered into 1,000 pieces of ancient, dark wood. Each impact was met with another collective shriek of the shadows, a diminishing cry of impotent rage. The last fragment crumbled into dust, dispersing into the air. And then silence. The oppressive chill lifted, the metallic scent faded, the red eyes vanished. The shadows, once terrifyingly present, were gone, dissolved back into the primordial gloom from whence they came, leaving only the mundane darkness of the chamber. The egg-shaped rock on the altar glowed only faintly now, its malevolence a dying ember. I stood there panting, completely drained but exhilaratingly free. My body ached, my head pounded, but the internal emptiness was gone. I was whole again. The seed was gone. The vessel was broken. Sarah, Sarah, are you okay down there? Ethan's voice, distant and worried, echoed from above. The lights are flickering. I looked up. The powerful floodlights were indeed wavering, their beams weakening. The energy disruption was faltering. The entrance to the chamber, the shimmering maw above, was beginning to close, slowly but inexorably. I'm okay, Ethan, I did it. I yelled back, my voice hoarse with exertion and emotion. But the entrance is closing. I need to get out of here. I scrambled back up the jagged tunnel, using every last reserve of strength. The glowing moss, still clinging to the walls, seemed to pulse with a renewed vibrancy, as if celebrating my victory. My own tactical flashlight, though dimming, was enough to guide my way. As I neared the top, the opening above had shrunk significantly, almost closing into a narrow slit. Ethan was frantically working on one of the generators, trying to stabilize the power. Just a little more, he urged, his face streaked with sweat. Grab my hand. I reached out, grasping his outstretched arm, his grip strong and reassuring. With a final surge of adrenaline, I pulled myself through the narrow opening, tumbling onto the cabin floor. The passage slammed shut behind me with a sickening thud, the floorboards snapping back into place as if they had never been disturbed. The cabin was dark, the floodlights having finally sputtered out. We did it, I whispered, collapsing onto the dusty floor, utterly exhausted. We did it. Ethan rushed to my side, helping me up. Are you hurt? What happened? I destroyed it, I gasped, pointing to the spot where the carving had been. It's gone. The binding is broken. He shone his small headlamp around the cabin. The oppressive cold was gone. The metallic scent had dissipated. The two shadows which had clung to the far wall earlier were no longer there. The cabin felt empty, just an old, dilapidated structure once more. And as I looked down at my feet, in the dim light of Ethan's headlamp, there was only one shadow, my own, clear, defined, and singular. The seed was gone. The vessel was free. Thank God, Ethan breathed, a profound relief washing over his face. He pulled me into a tight, almost bone-crushing hug. Let's get out of here, before anything else decides to show up. We stumbled out of the cabin, leaving the equipment where it lay. The generators were dead, the floodlights dark. The forest, though still cold and quiet, felt normal again, devoid of the oppressive, watchful presence. We walked in silence, a profound exhaustion settling over us, but also a burgeoning sense of triumph. We had faced the impossible, and we had won. As we neared the trailhead, the first pale streaks of dawn began to paint the eastern sky. The horizon was a soft blush of pink and gold, a promise of a new day. What now? Ethan asked, his voice rough with fatigue. We go home, I said, a weary smile touching my lips. We rest, and then we figure out how to live with what we've seen. But as the sun climbed higher, casting long, peaceful shadows through the trees, a new, unsettling thought began to prick at the edges of my mind. The whispering ones had retreated, but their prophecy still loomed. when the hunger grows too great and the veil between worlds thins to a thread, they would seek to cross over. My actions had disrupted their attempt through me, through my vessel. But had I stopped them completely, or merely delayed their plans? The twin stars align was still 3 days away, October 26th, the critical juncture. I had destroyed the carving. I had severed the bond. I was free. But what about the cabin itself? What about the deep energy vortex and the point of focus? As we reached the truck, another thought, cold and unsettling, settled in my heart. The texts had mentioned the hunger grows too great, and the livestock mutilations, the vanished Alara Vance, the offering. These weren't about a single vessel. They were about sustenance. My successful defiance might have saved me, but it might have also triggered something else, something more desperate, more direct. They had been preparing for an age. My breaking the vessel might only be a temporary reprieve. They might simply find another way. Or worse, they might resort to a more primal, more violent method of crossing over, a shortcut born of their intensified hunger. Ethan unlocked the truck and we climbed in, the silence filled with unspoken questions. I was safe for now, but the world wasn't, and the sun, rising peacefully in the sky, felt like a cruel deception. We were leaving the cabin behind, but the fight, I suspected, was far from over. It was merely shifting, and on October 26th, the world might still pay the price. The sun, now fully risen, streamed through the windshield as Ethan drove, painting the truck's interior in warm, deceptive hues. I watched the familiar landscape of the forest blur past, a stark contrast to the otherworldly horrors we had just faced. A profound silence hung between us, heavy with the weight of our shared experience. My body thrummed with a strange mixture of exhaustion and exhilarating clarity, like every nerve ending had been recalibrated. I was free, the realization settled deep within me, a quiet, potent joy that momentarily eclipsed the lingering dread. Ethan finally broke the silence. "Sarah, you're sure you're really okay? You said the seed was gone, but what exactly does that mean?" His voice was hesitant, careful. I took a deep breath, the air filling my lungs completely, without that subtle, coppery tang that had become a constant companion. "It means I'm me again, Ethan, whole. The connection is severed. They can't use me as a gateway. The whispers are gone. The coldness, it's gone." I ran a hand over my chest, over the place where the pain had been, where the seed had rooted. It was just skin and bone now, empty but not hollow, just normal. He risked a glance at me, a tentative smile forming. "That's incredible. I mean, really, truly amazing. I honestly wasn't sure what to expect." He paused, and the shadow, the second one. I looked down at my feet, then at the passenger seat beside me, where the morning sun cast my distinct, singular silhouette. "Gone," I confirmed, a genuine smile finally breaking through my fatigue. Just one shadow, my own. Relief visibly washed over Ethan's face. He let out a long, shaky breath as if he'd been holding it for weeks. Thank God. I kept trying to find a logical explanation, even while it was happening. My brain was melting. But seeing that thing clinging to you, knowing what it meant, that was the hardest part to wrap my head around. We drove on, the initial wave of exhaustion giving way to a more profound weariness. The adrenaline had completely dissipated, leaving behind aching muscles and a throbbing headache. Ethan pulled over at a small, roadside diner just as Willow Creek began to wake up. "Coffee," he declared, already opening his door. "And food, lots of food. My brain needs calories to even begin to process this." Inside the diner, the mundane clatter of plates and the cheerful chatter of early morning regulars felt surreal. a stark contrast to the otherworldly terror we had just escaped. We ordered enough food for a small army, and the first sip of hot coffee was like nectar. As we ate slowly, methodically, the questions began to bubble up again. So the carving was the key, Ethan mused, swirling his coffee. Destroying it, that broke the link, expelled the seed. Yes, I confirmed, pushing a piece of pancake around my plate. It was like an anchor, binding a fragment of my essence. As long as it existed, they had a hold, a path through me. And the cabin, the point of focus, the energy vortex. I shrugged, the memory of the pulsing floorboards still vivid. I don't know, Ethan, it's still there. The entrance closed as soon as I destroyed the carving. It feels dormant now, empty, but that doesn't mean it's gone for good. That place is a nexus, a thin spot between worlds. It always will be. A shadow not my own passed over Ethan's face. The October 26th date, he said, his voice dropping. That's still 3 days away. We stopped them from using you as a vessel, but Alara Vance, the cattle, you said sustenance. The warmth of the coffee curdled in my stomach. Exactly. My breaking the vessel might have only been a temporary setback for them. Or worse, it might make them more desperate, more direct. If they can't use a willing or coerced vessel, they might try to force a crossing, a more violent, less refined method. Like what? Like what Blackwood warned about, I said, remembering his frantic notes. The veil thinning to a thread, the hunger growing too great. They need a point of entry, and they need energy. Life energy. Ethan paled. You think they'd try to create another opening, elsewhere, or just flood through the cabin, even without a proper vessel? They're not physical, not yet. They can't just flood through like water, I explained, recalling the lore. They need a bridge, a conduit, a focal point. The cabin as a natural energy vortex is ideal, but they also need a catalyst, a moment. My surrender provided that before. Now that I'm not surrendering, they'll need another source of energy. And Alara Vance wasn't the only one. There were whispers of others, disappearances, people driven mad by the woods. We finished our breakfast in a pensive silence, the weight of the new problem pressing down on us. We had won a battle, but the war, it seemed, was far from over. We need to go back to the library, I said, pushing my plate away. We need to re-examine everything with this new perspective. What if they can't use a vessel? What's the alternative plan for entities like them if their primary method of crossing fails? And what about the other towns near Whispering Pines? Ethan added, already pulling out his phone, his photographer's mind shifting to data gathering. Are there any other strange occurrences, disappearances, livestock incidents in the surrounding areas? We need to widen our net. Our war room back at my apartment was soon reinstituted, but with a new urgency. Maps of the entire Willow Creek region now adorn the walls, marked with pins for every reported missing person, every unusual animal mutilation, every local legend of strange lights or sounds. Ethan meticulously cross-referenced newspaper archives, police reports, or lack thereof, and online forums. The research yielded a disturbing pattern. While the cabin in Whispering Pines was certainly the epicenter, there were clusters of unexplained phenomena in other, smaller settlements around the forest's periphery. Isolated farms reported livestock vanishing or found in grotesque states, similar to the hollowed-out description of Alara Vance. Hikers had gone missing from trails further north. There were even a few isolated incidents of mass hysteria or inexplicable depression reported in remote hamlets, quickly dismissed by authorities as environmental factors or shared delusions. It's like they're feeling around the edges, Ethan observed, circling a cluster of red pins on the map, testing the boundaries, maybe looking for other weak points, other potential conduits, now that their primary one is shut down. I picked up an ancient text, a tattered copy of local indigenous folklore I'd found in a dusty corner of the library. The Weavers of Nightmares, a name given to shadow entities in some of these old stories. They are said to weave the threads of dread to thin the veil. Fear is their currency. It makes the crossing easier. So they're not just looking for a physical gateway, Ethan mused, but a psychological one too. Mass fear, panic, that could generate enough raw energy to weaken the veil on a wider scale. A cold dread settled in my stomach. October 26th, I whispered. The planetary alignment. It's not just a window of opportunity for them, it's a deadline. They've been preparing for this for centuries. They won't just give up because one vessel was broken. We started compiling a new list of countermeasures. If light and sound were deterrents, could we amplify them? If phosphorescent moss offered some protection, could we find more? What about other natural elements, other old remedies mentioned in the lore? One obscure passage in a forgotten journal of Thomas Blackwood caught my eye. He had drawn a crude diagram of the cabin's layout, and next to it, a much larger, more complex symbol. It was a variation of an ancient runic circle, described as a ward against unseen currents, specifically to seal the fissures of the earth. He had scrawled a note next to it: potential for large-scale energy stabilization, requires focus, requires sacrifice. Sacrifice, Ethan read over my shoulder, his brow furrowed. What kind of sacrifice? I pointed to another line of text, almost illegible due to age. It mentions a sacrifice of ego, a surrender to the greater good, and a binding of self to the earth's rhythm. Not a blood sacrifice, it seems, more a spiritual or energetic one. It talks about redirecting telluric currents, focusing them to create a localized energetic barrier. Telluric currents, Ethan repeated, his mind already spinning. The Earth's own electromagnetic field. What if we could tap into that? Blackwood also mentioned magnetic anomalies at the cabin. Maybe that's why it's a focal point. It sits on a powerful natural energy line. This shifted our focus dramatically. If the cabin was on a telluric current, and these entities were trying to exploit that, then perhaps the solution wasn't just to repel them, but to seal the fissure, to disrupt the current. We need a geomagnetist, I declared, looking at the map. Someone who understands Earth's energy fields, natural ley lines. Someone who can interpret this symbol and figure out how to implement it. But finding a geomagnetist who would believe in shadow entities and ancient prophecies was a Herculean task. We couldn't go to academics. They'd laugh us out of their offices. We needed someone unorthodox, someone who might already be on the fringes. Ethan, ever resourceful, began searching online for fringe science, unexplained magnetic phenomena, and Earth energy research. He stumbled upon a small, independent research group based out of a secluded compound a few hours north, near the Canadian border. They called themselves the Terra Harmonics Collective, and their website, though filled with New Age jargon, also featured surprisingly rigorous scientific papers on geomagnetism, atmospheric ionization, and vibrational resonance. These guys might be crazy, Ethan said, showing me their website, but they actually build their own equipment, and they seem to be interested in things that mainstream science ignores. This sacrifice thing, maybe they have a non-fatal, energetic interpretation for it. After much debate, we decided to risk it. Time was running out. October 26th was less than 48 hours away. We packed our bags again, this time with a mixture of hope and desperate uncertainty. The Terra Harmonics collective compound was nestled deep in the forest, a collection of geodesic domes and rustic cabins connected by winding, solar-lit paths. We were greeted by a woman named Dr. Eris Thorne, a lean, energetic woman in her late 40s with keen, intelligent eyes and a shock of silver hair. She wore practical hiking gear, but her demeanor was one of profound calm and intellectual curiosity. "Welcome, Sarah Ethan," she said, her voice surprisingly warm considering our bizarre tale. "Your email was unusual, but intriguing. We've been tracking some anomalous energy fluctuations in the Willow Creek region for a while now. Tell me everything." We laid out our story, from the initial project and the cabin with two shadows to the ancient lore, the chamber, the whispering ones, and my terrifying experience as a vessel. We showed her the photographs, the maps, Blackwood's journal entries, even a sample of the phosphorescent moss. Eris listened intently, her expression unreadable, occasionally nodding or making a note on a small tablet. When we finished, she was silent for a long moment. "You speak of interdimensional entities, a thinning veil, and a planetary alignment," she finally said, her gaze fixed on Blackwood's runic diagram. "These are not terms often heard in mainstream scientific discourse, but they are concepts that resonate deeply with ancient wisdom and with some of our own theoretical models of energetic realities." She picked up the page with Blackwood's runic symbol. "This diagram, the seal of Ethelred, as some texts call it, it's a fascinating construct. It proposes a method for localizing and amplifying telluric energy, then redirecting it to create a harmonically dense field, essentially a spiritual barrier. It could theoretically seal a localized energetic fissure, like the one you describe at the cabin." "But what about the sacrifice?" I asked, my heart pounding. Eris smiled faintly. "In energetic terms, sacrifice often refers to a focused intent, a channeling of one's own life force or spiritual energy into the construct. It's not about dying, but about giving of oneself consciously and deliberately to power the working. It requires immense focus, a clear mind, and a willingness to become a conduit for pure, earthbound energy." "Could it work on the cabin?" Ethan pressed, hope rising in his voice. "Potentially," Eris said, her eyes gleaming with intellectual excitement. "If the cabin truly sits on a nexus of telluric energy, and if the planetary alignment on the 26th is amplifying these energies, then a harmonically dense field could counteract the thinning of the veil. It would be like tuning a complex instrument to repel discordant frequencies." She led us into a large, domed laboratory filled with humming machines, glowing displays, and intricate arrays of crystals and copper coils. "We've been developing something similar," she explained, gesturing to a large metallic apparatus in the center of the room, "a geoharmonic stabilizer. It's designed to regulate local telluric currents, to mitigate the energetic pollution we believe contributes to many modern maladies. But we've never tested it on an interdimensional fissure." "Could we adapt it?" I asked, a desperate urgency in my voice, "to become the seal of Ethelred?" Eris nodded, her eyes alight with challenge. "It would require significant recalibration and a much more powerful energy source, and a direct, focused intention from a conscious mind to activate it on that scale. But yes, it's theoretically possible. It would be the ultimate experiment in energetic alchemy." We spent the next 24 hours in a whirlwind of intense preparation. Eris, with the help of her small team, began modifying the geoharmonic stabilizer. Ethan and I provided every detail we could recall about the cabin, the chamber, and the entity's energy signature. We explained the effect of light and sound. The light and sound you used were disruptive, Eris explained. But for a long-term seal, we need something more resonant, more harmonious with the Earth's own frequency. Something that can stabilize the natural order against an unnatural intrusion. She showed us how the stabilizer would work. It used a combination of powerful electromagnetic pulses, focused sound waves at specific resonant frequencies, and an array of crystals to channel and amplify the Earth's natural energy. The ritualistic aspect, the sacrifice, would involve me. I would need to sit within a central circle, acting as a conscious conduit, focusing my will and channeling my now purified essence to power the device and solidify the barrier. It will be draining, Eris warned, her gaze serious. And if you fail to maintain focus, if your will falters, the energy could backfire, or worse, the entities could exploit your vulnerability. I won't falter, I vowed, a steely determination hardening my resolve. I had faced them before, alone, and won. I had been their vessel, and now I would be their undoing. The phosphorescent moss, Eris believed, could be integrated into the device. It acts as a minor bioelectrical amplifier and harmonizer, she explained, carefully grinding some into a fine powder. Its inherent cold light resonates with a stabilizing frequency. We'll coat the central crystal with it. As the hours dwindled, the pressure mounted. The morning of October 26th dawned cold and gray, mirroring the tension in our hearts. The planetary alignment was due to reach its peak at twilight, just after sunset. That was our window. We loaded the massive, modified geoharmonic stabilizer onto a flatbed truck, along with several large generators, arrays of high-intensity solar lamps, Eris's preferred light source, as they emitted a purer, full-spectrum light and a substantial quantity of the phosphorescent moss. Eris brought two of her most trusted researchers, a taciturn man named Kai who specialized in electromagnetism, and a quiet, deeply spiritual woman named Lena who focused on crystal harmonics. The drive to Whispering Pines was silent, filled with a grim sense of purpose. The forest, under the overcast sky, seemed more ominous than ever, an ancient, watchful entity. The air grew heavier as we approached the clearing, the familiar, unsettling stillness descending upon us. The cabin stood before us, a dark, silent sentinel. It no longer radiated malevolence, but a profound, ancient emptiness. The site of our previous battle. It was unnervingly quiet. "Okay," Eris said, her voice low and steady, taking charge. "Setup is paramount. We need to create a perimeter, position the generators, and place the stabilizer at the precise nexus point." She pointed to Blackwood's X on the map. "Kai, Lena, with me. Ethan, Sarah, you know the terrain, help guide us." We worked with frantic efficiency, fueled by adrenaline and the ticking clock. The geoharmonic stabilizer was heavy, a complex contraption of gleaming copper, large quartz crystals, and pulsating lights. We positioned it in the exact center of the clearing, directly over where the floorboards had pulsed. Around it, we set up a ring of solar lamps, designed to charge and emit a constant, powerful, pure light. The generators hummed to life, providing the necessary power. As we worked, the atmosphere in the clearing began to shift. The air grew colder, and a faint, almost imperceptible hum started to vibrate through the earth beneath our feet. The telluric currents, being amplified by the planetary alignment, were stirring. And with them, I felt a familiar pressure, a subtle shift in the fabric of reality. The Whispering Ones were coming. They're starting to push, I warned, my voice tight. I can feel it. The veil is thinning. Eris nodded grimly. Good. It means we're in the right place at the right time. The stabilizer needs to be activated before they fully manifest. Kai and Lena meticulously connected wires, calibrated crystals, and adjusted frequencies. Ethan, ever the protector, stood guard, his powerful flashlight in hand, ready for anything. I stood beside Eris, watching, ready to take my place. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long, eerie shadows across the clearing, the hum intensified. The air grew thick, shimmering with an unseen energy. The metallic scent, faint at first, became more pronounced. And then the whispers began. Not from within my head this time, but from all around us, a low, sibilant murmur that seemed to press in from the surrounding forest. "They are here," Eris said, her voice calm, but her eyes were fixed on the looming cabin. "They are testing the threshold." The shadows began to coalesce, not the distinct, individual shadow beings I had seen in the cabin before, but a general deepening of the gloom, an unnatural darkness that seemed to bleed from the tree line, creeping towards us like a viscous tide. Red eyes, faint but numerous, began to appear within the deepening shadows, watching, waiting. "All right, Sarah," Eris said, turning to me, her face illuminated by the subtle glow of the stabilizer's controls. "It's time. Take your place in the center. Focus. Channel your will. Remember the ritual. Surrender to the greater good. Bind yourself to the Earth's rhythm. Become the conduit." I stepped into the center of the stabilizer, into a circle of glowing crystals. The air within the circle felt strangely warm, vibrant, a stark contrast to the encroaching cold outside. I sat cross-legged, closing my eyes, taking a deep breath. "Ready, Eris," I whispered. "Activating primary sequence," Eris announced, her fingers flying over the controls. The stabilizer hummed to life, its copper coils beginning to glow faintly. The crystals pulsed with a soft, inner light. A low, resonant tone emanated from the device, a harmonious vibration that seemed to penetrate my very bones. As the stabilizer powered up, the encroaching shadows recoiled, hissing faintly. The red eyes flickered, their malevolence momentarily subdued by the pure, resonant energy. The whispers intensified, now laced with anger and confusion, a chaotic cacophony trying to break through my concentration. I focused, pushing back against the mental assault. I envisioned my essence, whole and pure, flowing outwards, connecting to the earth beneath me. I felt the powerful, ancient energy of the telluric currents rising through the ground, through the stabilizer, and through me. I was a conduit, a living antenna, directing the Earth's harmonic energy to create a shield. Outside the circle, Ethan, Kai, and Lena maintained the perimeter, their faces tense, their eyes scanning the thickening gloom. The solar lamps, now fully charged, blazed with an almost blinding intensity, pushing back the darkest tendrils of shadow. The battle wasn't physical, it was energetic, a clash of wills and frequencies. I felt the entities pushing against the nascent barrier, trying to find a weak point, trying to overwhelm my focus. Their hunger was palpable, a vast, ancient emptiness pressing in on all sides. "The resonance is stabilizing," Eris announced, her voice strained but a note of triumph in it. "The field is expanding. Keep pushing, Sarah." I pushed, my muscles tensing, my mind a laser focus. I could feel the Earth's energy flowing through me, a vibrant, powerful stream. It was exhilarating, empowering, unlike anything I had ever experienced. It was the opposite of the draining, hollowing feeling of being a vessel. This was giving. The whispers outside the barrier grew into an enraged shriek. a sound that seemed to physically tear at the air. The shadows surged forward, pushing against the invisible shield, their red eyes burning with furious malice. They were desperate. The alignment was nearing its peak, and their primary gateway was being sealed. Suddenly, a new sound erupted from the forest, a guttural roar, primal and terrifying. It wasn't the sibilant whisper of the shadow entities. It was something physical, something with weight and teeth. Ethan cried out, "Something's coming, not shadows, something else." My eyes snapped open, my concentration momentarily broken by the sheer terror in his voice. The geoharmonic stabilizer sputtered, its lights flickering. The harmonious hum faltered. From the deepest part of the forest, on the far side of the clearing, something burst forth. It was massive, hulking, a nightmare made flesh. Its form was indistinct, wavering at the edges, but undeniably corporeal. A grotesque parody of a large, predatory animal, but made of shadow and bone, its eyes glowing with the same malevolent red as the whispering ones. It moved with a sickening, lurching gait, emitting a low, guttural snarl that echoed through the clearing. "They've found another way," Eris yelled, her face pale with horror. "A more direct conduit, a brute force manifestation." The creature, a monstrosity of raw, concentrated shadow, lunged towards the nearest generator, its claws tearing through the metal casing like paper. Sparks flew, and the generator sputtered, then died. The solar lamps on that side of the clearing immediately dimmed, plunging a section of the perimeter into deeper shadow. "Sarah, focus," Eris urged, her voice desperate. "You have to maintain the field. We can't fight that thing directly." I closed my eyes again, fighting to regain my focus, to push back the fear that threatened to overwhelm me. But the image of the hulking beast, the primal roar, Ethan's desperate cry, they were seared into my mind. The stabilizer groaned, the harmonious hum struggling against the new, discordant energy emanating from the beast. The whispers surged, emboldened by the creature's presence, pressing against my mind with renewed ferocity. "The hunger has found a new form," the dry, ancient voice shrieked in my head, full of triumphant malice. "The veil will break, we will cross." I clenched my fists, pushing back with every fiber of my being. No, not now. Another roar, closer this time, and the sound of crashing metal. Another generator died. The light from the solar lamps diminished further, and the shadows around us deepened, becoming bolder, clearer. "We're losing power," Kai yelled, struggling with a flickering console. "The perimeter is failing." Ethan was yelling something, but his voice was drowned out by the chaos. I could feel the beast's presence, its raw, destructive energy pushing against the fading barrier. It wasn't an entity of the veil directly, not yet. It was a physical manifestation, a construct of the shadows, powered by their hunger and the thinning veil, a vanguard. My concentration was shattered. I opened my eyes, gasping, as the stabilizer's hum died down, the crystals fading. The protective field collapsed. The whispers erupted into a deafening roar of triumph. The shadows surged forward from all directions, no longer just at the edges of the clearing, but pouring in, coalescing into swirling, impossible forms. And behind them, moving with terrifying speed, was the hulking shadow beast, its red eyes burning with predatory intent. "Fall back, get to the truck," Eris screamed, grabbing a small, emergency energy projector she had brought. "It's too powerful." Panic flared. Our plan had failed. We had underestimated their desperation, their ability to adapt. "Sarah, move," Ethan yelled, grabbing my arm, pulling me out of the stabilizer's deactivated circle. He He shoved his powerful tactical flashlight into my hand. Light, keep them at bay. We ran, scrambling towards the flatbed truck, which was still some distance away. Kai and Lena were already scrambling into the cab, trying to start it. Eris bravely turned to face the advancing shadows, blasting them with her energy projector, which emitted a high-pitched whine and a beam of concentrated light. It seemed to deter the swirling shadow forms, but had little effect on the hulking beast, which merely snarled and pressed on. The shadow beast was faster than it looked. It moved with unnatural speed, its massive claws tearing at the ground, leaving gouges in the earth. It was a terrifying fusion of darkness and raw physical power. "Ethan, the flares," I yelled, remembering our backup plan. "Ritual fire." He fumbled in his pack, pulling out an industrial flare, igniting it with a desperate click. The flare hissed to life, spewing a blinding, intensely hot flame, an angry red beacon in the encroaching gloom. He threw it towards the beast. The creature roared, recoiling from the pure, hot flame, its shadowy form momentarily distorting, shimmering. It bought us a few precious seconds. "Keep going, don't look back," Eris yelled, her energy projector flickering as she ran to join us. We reached the truck, scrambling into the back, joining Kai and Lena. Lena was frantically trying to hotwire the engine, her hands trembling. "It won't start," she cried, her voice choked with fear. "Something's interfering with the electronics." The shadow beast was closer now, its grotesque form filling our rearview mirror, its red eyes fixed on us with a primal hunger. The whispers were deafening, swirling around the truck, attempting to invade our minds. "The alignment is peaking," Eris yelled, her eyes wide with dread. "They're using the beast to anchor the crossing. It's a living gateway." The sheer horror of that statement sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Not a vessel of soul, but a vessel of flesh and shadow. A bridge from their world to ours, violently constructed. "We need to get out of here," Ethan shouted, slamming his fist on the dashboard. "Now." Just as the beast reared up, preparing to lunge at the truck, Lena let out a gasp of triumph. The engine roared to life, a blessed, mechanical sound. "Go, go, go," Eris screamed. Lena slammed her foot on the accelerator. The truck lurched forward, tires spinning, throwing up dirt and rocks. The shadow beast shrieked in frustration, taking a swipe at the retreating vehicle, its claws leaving deep gashes in the truck's metal frame. We sped away, leaving the clearing and the looming cabin behind. The solar lamps, now running on battery power, flickered erratically, casting strange, dancing shadows through the trees. The whispers gradually faded as we put distance between ourselves and the epicenter. But the terrifying image of the shadow beast, a physical manifestation of their hunger, was burned into my memory. My plan to seal the fissure had only provoked a more direct, more violent response. We drove for what felt like an eternity, speeding through the dark, winding forest roads. No one spoke, the silence filled with the ragged sound of our breathing and the frantic pounding of our hearts. Finally, Lena pulled over at a gas station on the outskirts of Willow Creek, miles from the whispering pines. The ordinary fluorescent lights of the convenience store and the distant drone of passing cars felt like a jarring return to reality. "We're safe," Ethan breathed, collapsing against the dashboard. "For now." Yaris, her face pale, stared out into the darkness. "Safe, yes, but the veil, it's broken. The alignment is still peaking. And that creature, it's a physical anchor. It means they've established a beachhead." My blood ran cold. A beachhead. They hadn't fully crossed yet, but they had forced a physical manifestation, a point of entry. "What do we do now?" Kai asked, his voice shaking. "We failed. The stabilizer, it's useless now." "We didn't fail," Eris corrected, her voice firm despite the tremor in her hands. "We merely underestimated their adaptability, their desperation, and we confirmed one critical thing: the seal of Ethelred concept works. The harmonic field repelled them, but we need a more powerful source, a more encompassing field." "What are you talking about?" Ethan asked, looking at her in confusion. Eris turned to us, her eyes burning with a renewed, grim determination. The cabin was just a localized nexus, a focal point, but the entire forest of whispering pines, that is where the veil is thinnest. That is where the telluric currents are most powerful. If we want to seal them out, we can't just seal one point. We have to seal the entire region. "The entire forest," I whispered, my mind reeling. "How it's huge." "We need to create a much larger geoharmonic field," Eris explained, her voice gaining strength. "A network of stabilizers, a full-scale energetic barrier around the entire forest. It would require immense power, a massive concentration of crystals, and a sustained, focused intent from multiple conduits. A sacrifice of time, energy, and resources on an unprecedented scale." "And the beast?" Ethan asked, his gaze still haunted. "It's already here. What if it brings others? What if it's already creating more fissures?" "That's the unknown," Eris admitted. "But if we can seal the primary breach, we might be able to starve the existing manifestations of energy, make them dissipate. They cannot sustain corporeal form indefinitely without a constant influx of energy from their dimension." "But October 26th is today," I pointed out, my voice flat. "The alignment is peaking now. We don't have time to build a network of stabilizers." Eris nodded, her jaw set. "You're right, we don't, but we have something else. Something they don't expect. The solar eclipse." My mind raced. A solar eclipse. That wasn't for months. "No," Eris said, anticipating my thought. "Not a natural one. A localized, artificially induced energetic eclipse. A temporary disruption of the solar light spectrum over a specific area. The lore often mentions shadows consuming light during such events. But what if we control that consumption? What if we direct it?" She pulled out a satellite map of the Whispering Pines region, circling several key areas. There are existing power stations, communication towers, natural elevations. If we can create a network of powerful light emitters, not just to repel, but to absorb and redirect the ambient solar energy at the precise moment of their crossing, we could create a localized, energetic inversion. A false eclipse that confuses their crossing and starves them of the solar energy they need to anchor themselves in our dimension during the alignment. "You want to create a fake eclipse over the forest?" Ethan asked, his eyes wide. "That's insane. The sheer amount of energy, the technology, it's impossible." "Impossible is what they want us to believe," Eris retorted, a fierce light in her eyes. "We have less than 12 hours until the alignment fully peaks. We don't have time for anything less than impossible." She turned to her team. "Kai, Lena, start calculating power requirements, optimal tower locations, and necessary equipment. We'll need every high-powered light source we can get our hands on. Forget generators, we're tapping into the grid." She then turned to me and Ethan. "Sarah, you've connected with their energy. You can sense their movements, their intentions. You will be our guide, our early warning system. Ethan, your knowledge of the forest, your strategic." "Knowledge of the forest," Your strategic thinking will be invaluable in pinpointing the most effective locations for our emitters. We need to maximize the reach of this artificial eclipse across the entire region. The gas station, with its flickering fluorescent lights and the mundane drone of cars, seemed to fade into unreality as Eris unfurled a detailed topographical map of Whispering Pines. Her finger traced invisible lines, connecting peaks, valleys, and power conduits. This isn't just about blinding them, Sarah. It's about disrupting the specific energy frequencies they use to traverse the veil. They thrive on the natural light and shadow play during an alignment. If we can control that spectrum, invert it, we can create a temporary energetic vacuum that disorients and pushes them back. Ethan, already pulling out his phone, began cross-referencing power grid schematics with the forest map. Okay, so we're looking for high points, existing infrastructure that can handle a massive power surge, and a clear line of sight for the light emitters. His mind, now fully engaged, was a whirring engine of logistics. We'll need access to every major cellular tower, radio mast, and even some of the old fire watch towers. And power lines, lots of power lines. Kai Eris's electromagnetism specialist leaned over the map, pointing. The main substation here, he indicated a spot on the map, could potentially handle the load, but we'd need to reroute power from several feeder lines simultaneously. It'll be a massive draw. We're talking about a regional blackout if we're not careful, and even if we are, a massive power surge might trip the entire system. A calculated risk, Eris countered, her gaze unwavering. The alternative is far worse. She turned to Lena, who was already sketching diagrams. Lena, start identifying optimal crystal arrays and harmonic resonation patterns for each emitter site. We need to amplify the disruptive frequency, not just the raw light. The next few hours were a blur of frantic activity, a high-stakes scavenger hunt across the sleeping countryside. Ethan, leveraging his local knowledge and surprisingly effective persuasive skills, managed to talk his way into access codes for abandoned fire towers, and even convinced a reluctant security guard at a regional communication hub that they were part of an emergency meteorological research initiative. He had a natural charm that, when combined with genuine urgency, could open even the most securely locked doors. I meanwhile became Eris's early warning system, with my essence now whole and free, yet tempered by the intimate knowledge of the Whispering Ones. I could feel the subtle shifts in the air, the deepening hum beneath the earth, the rising tide of their unseen presence. The closer we got to the forest, the stronger the sensation became. It was no longer a personal threat, but a vast, impersonal pressure, like standing at the edge of a roaring, invisible ocean. "They're consolidating," I reported to Eris, gripping the steering wheel of the truck as we sped towards another remote tower. The energy signature is focused, intensifying. It's radiating outwards from the core of Whispering Pines, but it's still centered on where the cabin is. "That confirms the beast's location," Eris said grimly. "It's acting as their primary anchor. It's a critical target." By early afternoon, the Terra Harmonics team, with Ethan and me acting as guides and troubleshooters, had managed to secure access to 4 key locations on the perimeter of the Whispering Pines forest. A decommissioned fire tower on Blackwood Ridge, a heavily fortified cellular mast near the old logging trails, a remote power distribution hub, and a naturally elevated plateau overlooking the central forest. At each site, we deployed Eris's custom-built, harmonic light emitters. These weren't just powerful floodlights. They were complex arrays of precisely cut quartz crystals, copper coils, and high-intensity LEDs, designed to emit light across a specific, broad spectrum of frequencies. Lena meticulously calibrated each array, integrating the phosphorescent moss powder into the crystal matrix. Kai wired them directly into the grid, bypassing safety protocols with an alarming efficiency that spoke of long experience in the energetic fringe. As the emitters were powered up one by one, a faint, almost subliminal hum began to resonate through the forest. It wasn't loud, but it was omnipresent, a silent counterfrequency to the growing dread that emanated from the woods. At the cellular mast, while Kai worked on the wiring, I leaned against the cold metal, my eyes sweeping the darkening tree line. The air was thick, heavy, and the metallic tang was back, though fainter than it had been in the cabin. The whispers were no longer a chaotic assault, but a low, guttural murmur, a chorus of impatient hunger. Then I saw it, a flicker of movement at the very edge of my perception, deep within the forest. A profound ripple in the shadows, like something impossibly large was moving beneath an invisible surface. It wasn't the distinct red eyes of the whispering ones, but something denser, more substantial. "It's moving," I said, my voice low, to Ethan, who was securing a generator for backup power. "The beast. It's heading west towards the old logging roads, towards the power substation." Ethan's head snapped up. "That's where Kai is setting up the final emitter. It's the closest to the core of the alignment and our primary power source." "It knows," I breathed. "It can sense our intentions, our efforts to disrupt its anchor." We quickly relayed the information to Eris via comms. Her voice crackled back, urgent. "Kai, Lena, abort. Get out of there. The beast is heading your way." A moment of static, then Kai's voice, surprisingly calm. "Negative, Eris. We're almost done. The primary conduit is live. We just need to finalize the frequency calibration. We can't abandon this post. It's critical for the eastern quadrant of the field." "He's right," Lena added, her voice a little shaky. "We're too far in. Without this emitter, the entire perimeter will have a weak spot." "Damn it," Eris muttered. "Sarah, Ethan, get to them. Provide cover. We need that emitter online." Panic was a cold knot in my stomach, but resolve burned brighter. We climbed back into our truck, Ethan slamming the pedal to the floor. The road to the power substation was a rough, unpaved track, winding deeper into the forest. The trees pressed in on all sides, a wall of encroaching darkness. As we sped along, the sense of dread intensified. The whispers, now a furious torrent, tried to claw their way into my mind, reminding me of my former torment. "Stop, you cannot fight us." The hunger grows, but I push them back, my resolve a sharpened blade. "How much further?" I asked, straining to see through the rapidly dimming twilight. "Less than a mile," Ethan replied, his knuckles white on the steering wheel, "just past the old bridge." Suddenly the truck lurched violently. A massive tree trunk, seemingly snapped in half, lay across the road, blocking our path. Fresh splinters still hung in the air, the scent of crushed wood mixing with the metallic tang. "It knows we're coming," Ethan gritted out, slamming on the brakes. "It's trying to stop us." We had no choice but to abandon the vehicle. We grabbed our most powerful tactical flashlights, emergency flares, and Ethan's trusty, albeit slightly scorched, pickaxe. "Stay close," Ethan ordered, his voice tight. "We move fast." We plunged into the gathering gloom of the forest on foot. The air grew immediately colder, heavier. The whispers were a cacophony, a desperate, angry chorus that seemed to surround us, to press in from every direction. Red eyes flickered between the trees, ghostly pinpricks of malevolence. These were not the beast, but its unseen masters, pushing, urging, willing it to stop us. The field is activating. Eris's voice came through my earpiece, strained. The first three emitters are live, but we need that fourth one, Sarah. The alignment is almost at peak. We're on foot, Eris, I gasped, scrambling over roots and fallen logs. The beast blocked the road. We can feel it, it's close. A low, guttural growl vibrated through the earth, directly ahead. It was a sound that curdled the blood, a primal rumble of immense power and savage intent. It's right there, Ethan whispered, pulling out an industrial flare, ready to ignite it, just past those boulders. We crept forward, our flashlights cutting frantic beams through the deepening gloom. The growling intensified, a hungry, impatient sound. Then we saw it, the power substation, a small utilitarian building surrounded by humming transformers and a fence, and directly in front of it, a hulking, terrifying silhouette against the last vestiges of twilight. The Shadow Beast. It was larger than I remembered, its form less indistinct now, more solidified, as if its presence in our world was growing stronger. Made of swirling shadow and skeletal protrusions, its red eyes burned with a malevolent intelligence. It was tearing at the substation's primary power conduit, its massive claws sending sparks flying as it ripped through thick cables. Kai and Lena were on the roof of the substation building, frantically working on the emitter, illuminated by the beast's destructive fury and the faint glow of their own equipment. They're still working, I yelled over the beast's snarls. They need more time. The creature noticed us, its head snapping up, its red eyes fixing on us with an unnerving focus. It let out a deafening roar, a sound that vibrated through my very bones, and abandoned the power cables, lunging towards us. Light, Ethan bellowed, igniting the flare. The blinding, searing flame erupted, momentarily pushing back the creature's charge. It hissed, its shadowy form flickering, distorting. Get to the emitter, I yelled, knowing we couldn't outrun it. We have to protect Kai and Lena. We charged forward, using the flare as a shield, hoping to draw its attention away from the substation. The creature was enraged, but hesitant to directly engage the intense heat. It circled, a terrifying, predatory dance, its snarls echoing through the clearing. How do we fight it? I gasped, my heart hammering against my ribs. Light and heat are its weakness, Ethan shouted, waving the flare, trying to keep it focused on him. But it's too big, too strong. We need to buy Kai and Lena time. As Ethan kept the beast distracted, I scanned the substation. Kai and Lena were racing against the clock, their faces grim, their hands flying over the delicate components of the emitter. The celestial alignment was visible now, two bright stars appearing to converge in the darkening sky, an ominous beacon. The alignment is peaking, Eris's voice screamed through the comms. Sarah, Ethan, you have minutes. The beast, growing more aggressive, lunged past Ethan's flare, its massive claw tearing a deep furrow in the earth where he had just stood. He stumbled, losing his grip on the flare, which tumbled to the ground, sputtering faintly. Without the intense light, the beast solidified further, its form becoming more defined, its presence more terrifying. It reared up, a towering monstrosity, its red eyes blazing with triumph, preparing a final, crushing blow. No, I screamed, grabbing the pickaxe from Ethan's hand. It felt impossibly heavy, but I gripped it tight. My mind raced. Light and sound, disruptive frequencies. I couldn't create a localized eclipse, but I had one weapon left, my own purified essence. I remembered the surge of power when I broke the carving, the pure light that had erupted from within me, the way it had repelled the shadows. I was no longer a vessel for them, but I could still be a conduit for my will. As the beast lunged, I roared, a sound of pure defiance, and channeled every ounce of my renewed essence. A blinding, pure white light erupted from my outstretched hand, not a physical light, but a burst of raw, spiritual energy. It hit the creature like a physical blow. The shadow beast shrieked, a sound of agony and rage, its massive form flickering, distorting violently. It recoiled, stumbling backwards, its red eyes dimming, struggling against the sudden, pure energy. The whispers around us abruptly ceased, replaced by a momentary, terrifying silence. It bought them seconds, precious seconds. It's online, Lena screamed from the roof, her voice hoarse with relief and exhaustion. The emitter is online. As she spoke, the substation emitter, now fully active, thrummed to life. It didn't just glow with light, it pulsed with a complex, rhythmic pattern of light and sound, a deep, harmonious resonance that permeated the air. It was a counter-frequency, a discordant note in the symphony of the encroaching darkness. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The air around the substation began to shimmer, not with the malevolent energy of the entities, but with a pure protective aura. The metallic scent vanished, replaced by the clean, crisp smell of ozone. The shadow beast roared again, but this time it was a roar of confusion and pain. Its form began to unravel, not dissipating, but recoiling into itself, struggling against the invisible, harmonious force that was pushing it back, trying to tear it apart. Its massive claws lashed out, not at us, but at the shimmering air around it, as if trying to grasp at something that wasn't there. Then, from the 3 other emitter sites scattered across the Whispering Pines perimeter, more lights pulsed to life, synchronized, connected. A vast, invisible net of pure, resonant energy began to expand, forming a protective dome over the entire forest. It wasn't a physical eclipse, but an energetic one. The sky above, where the twin stars glowed ominously, began to distort, a swirling vortex of shimmering light and shadow, but it was controlled. The entity's crossing was being violently disrupted. The veil, instead of thinning to a thread, was thickening, hardening. The whispers, which had been silenced by my burst of energy, returned, but they were now distant, chaotic, and filled with a desperate, impotent rage. They were being cut off. The shadow beast, caught within the expanding field, screamed, a final, horrifying sound of ultimate frustration and agonizing dissolution. Its massive form writhed, fighting against the forces tearing it apart, but it was losing. Its shadowy mass elongated, thinned, stretched, then snapped like a rubber band. With a final, silent implosion, it was gone, dissipated, consumed by the harmonious frequencies, pushed back to the void from whence it came. Silence fell, absolute and profound. The air was clean, cold, and still. The hum of the emitters was constant, a quiet, reassuring thrum beneath the earth. The celestial alignment still glowed in the sky, but its malevolence was gone, replaced by the distant, serene beauty of the cosmos. Kai and Lena, breathless, slowly descended from the substation roof, their faces streaked with grime but alight with triumph. Ethan, picking up his pickaxe, staggered towards me, a weary smile on his face. "We did it," he whispered, collapsing next to me, utterly spent. "We actually did it." Eris's voice came through the comms, clear and strong, though tinged with immense relief. "The field is stable. The energetic signature of the entities is receding. We've pushed them back. The veil is strengthening." We spent the rest of the night, cold and exhausted, monitoring the emitters. The artificial eclipse, the full spectrum light and harmonious frequencies held firm. The whispers were gone. The cold, metallic tang was gone. The oppressive stillness of the forest had been replaced by a quiet, watchful peace. As dawn broke, painting the eastern sky in soft hues of rose and gold, the effects of the geoharmonic field were visible in a subtle yet profound way. The air felt cleaner, sharper. The trees seemed to vibrate with a renewed vitality. The entire forest of whispering pines, once a place of dread and unseen horrors, now hummed with a quiet, natural energy. Eris arrived at the substation in a utility vehicle, her face pale with exhaustion but her eyes shining with intellectual victory. "The alignment is over," she announced, checking her instruments. "The veil is stabilized. It will take time, but the natural energetic balance of the forest should reassert itself. We've bought our world a reprieve." "But for how long?" I asked, the question hanging in the crisp morning air. They were preparing for centuries. Will they just give up? Eris paused, her gaze sweeping over the now peaceful forest. "No," she admitted, "they won't, but we've shown them that this realm is not easily breached. We've created a barrier that will make any future attempts infinitely harder. This seal of Ethelred, amplified by our technology, is more than just a temporary disruption. It's a statement." "What about the cabin?" Ethan asked. "Is it still a nexus?" "Always," Eris replied, "but now it's a sealed nexus. The energies within are contained, neutralized by the larger field. It's like a locked vault, dangerous but inaccessible." She looked at me, a profound respect in her eyes. "You were the key, Sarah. Your courage, your connection, your purified essence. You provided the initial focal point, the human element of intent that powered this entire operation. You truly became the conduit for the Earth's rhythm." I felt a weariness that went beyond physical exhaustion, a deep spiritual fatigue, but also a quiet sense of pride. I had fought the darkness, both within and without, and I had won. We began the long process of deactivating the emitters, carefully bringing down the geoharmonic field. The equipment would stay for a while, acting as a passive monitoring system, but the active phase was over. As we drove out of the forest, the sun fully risen, I looked back at Whispering Pines. It looked like any other beautiful, ancient forest, but I knew its secret. I knew the darkness that had once lurked within and the invisible shield that now protected it. The fight was over, for now. But a new question began to form in my mind, a cold, unsettling thought. If the Whispering Ones were so ancient, so patient, so determined to cross, what other veils existed? What other thin places in the world might they be attempting to exploit, even now? We had saved Whispering Pines, but the world was a vast, mysterious place. And what about the knowledge, the texts, the lore, the terrifying truth we had uncovered? Could we simply forget it, go back to our normal lives? Or did we now bear a terrible responsibility, a secret burden to protect others who might stumble upon such a place? The world felt safer, brighter, but it was also irrevocably changed. My small bakery, my quiet life now felt impossibly distant, a fragile memory from a different era. I was free, but I was also marked, forever linked to the silent war waged at the edges of reality. The hunger had been satiated, or at least starved into retreat, but the entities were still out there, waiting. We were leaving Whispering Pines, but the silent war, I knew, had just begun. The drive back to Eris's compound was quieter, but the silence now held a different weight. It wasn't the suffocating dread of the forest, but the heavy calm that follows a storm, a quiet exhaustion mixed with the lingering tremor of what had just passed. We were all changed. The world was changed. My old life, indeed, felt like a faded photograph. At the compound, a sense of quiet triumph permeated the air. Eris and her team immediately began analyzing the reams of data collected from the emitters, their faces alight with scientific curiosity and the profound validation of their theories. They had witnessed something extraordinary, something that shattered the boundaries of conventional science, and they had been instrumental in pushing back an ancient evil. The energetic inversion was precisely what we needed, Eris explained, showing us complex graphs on a large screen. The rapid shift in the solar light spectrum, combined with the resonant frequencies, created a localized energetic collapse that these entities couldn't withstand. It literally tore their physical anchor apart and pushed the others back to their own dimension. Her eyes, though tired, sparkled with an almost childlike wonder. It's proof. Proof of energetic realities beyond our current understanding. But for Ethan and me, the victory was less about scientific validation and more about the raw, visceral experience of survival. We had faced the impossible and lived. We had stared into the void, and it had blinked first. That night, as the full moon cast silver light through the geodesic dome, we gathered for a simple meal. The food was warm, comforting, a stark contrast to the cold dread that had filled us for days. The conversation drifted, at first, to mundane things, as if clinging to the familiar was a way to ground ourselves. But inevitably, our minds circled back to the silent war. "You asked about the knowledge, Sarah," Eris said, her gaze steady, sensing my inner turmoil. "Can we simply forget it, go back to our normal lives?" My answer unequivocally is no. Once you perceive the true nature of reality, you cannot unperceive it, and the responsibility, it is immense. Ethan, who had been quietly eating, looked up. "So, what now? Do we just wait for the next planetary alignment, for them to find another thin place?" Eris leaned forward, her elbows on the table. "That is precisely the question we must answer. The Whispering Pines incident was a crucible. It taught us what we're up against, and it taught us that we have the means to fight back, but it also illuminated the scope of the threat." She gestured vaguely. "The Earth is crisscrossed with ley lines, natural energetic currents. Where these lines intersect, especially with geological anomalies or historical sites of concentrated human emotion, thin places can naturally occur. They are vulnerable points, like open doors." "So there are others," I whispered, the cold thought resurfacing. "Other Whispering Pines." "Likely many," Eris confirmed gravely. "The entities are ancient, patient. They have been testing these thresholds for millennia. The key is vigilance and developing a network." She outlined her vision, Terra Harmonics Collective, until now a fringe research group needed to expand. They needed to identify other vulnerable locations, develop smaller, more portable versions of the geoharmonic stabilizer, and crucially, find others who could perceive and understand the threat. "This is not a war that can be fought by a few," Eris stated. "It needs a collective consciousness, a global network of individuals who are willing to stand on the edge of the unknown and defend the known." My mind immediately flashed to the sacrifice of ego, the surrender to the greater good mentioned in Blackwood's journal. It wasn't just about channeling energy. It was about committing oneself to a purpose beyond personal gain or comfort. "And you, Sarah," Eris said, turning her full attention to me. "You are uniquely positioned. You've been inside their realm, you've touched their hunger, and you've emerged whole, stronger. You are a natural conduit, an empathetic resonance point. and with the experience of channeling purified essence, you have a unique ability to sense and even disrupt their energies. The words resonated deep within me. My old life felt even further away now. The bakery, the quiet routine, the predictable days, they no longer held the same appeal. How could I go back to baking sourdough after facing interdimensional predators? My perspective had fundamentally shifted. I can't go back, I said, the words surprising even myself with their conviction. Not fully, not now that I know. Ethan nodded, a mirroring understanding in his eyes. Me neither. This isn't something you just walk away from, not when you know what's out there. He was a photographer, a seeker of truth and beauty, but he had also witnessed the profound ugliness, the stark danger. He had faced it with courage and resourcefulness. And so a new path began to unfurl before us. The Terra Harmonics Collective, under Eris's brilliant but grounded leadership, became our new focus. The initial phase was to expand the knowledge, not just of the science, but of the ancient lore. We delved deeper into Blackwood's fragmented journals, cross-referencing them with other esoteric texts Eris had collected, seeking patterns, weaknesses, and insights into the Whispering One's true nature and potential vulnerabilities. My unique connection became invaluable. I learned to hone my senses, to differentiate between ambient energetic currents and the subtle, malevolent hum of the entities. I could feel the faintest ripple in the veil, the first stirrings of their hunger, giving us precious laid time. It was a daunting ability, a constant awareness of the lurking darkness, but it was also a shield, a tool for protection. Ethan, with his meticulous eye for detail and his knack for logistical planning, became Eris's right hand in identifying potential thin places. He sifted through geological maps, historical records of disappearances, and local folklore, creating a database of potential hotspots that needed further investigation. He learned to operate Eris's more advanced energy detection equipment with surprising speed, his photographer's instinct for composition translating into a precise understanding of energetic fields. Our first joint mission was to establish a network of passive monitors around Whispering Pines, small, discrete sensors that would continuously feed data back to Eris's main lab. This ensured the stability of the veil we had just reinforced and served as a prototype for future deployments. The Whispering Pines forest itself slowly began to heal. The subtle hum of the dormant geoharmonic field remained, a silent guardian. Hikers and nature enthusiasts, cautiously at first, began to return, drawn by its renewed, vibrant energy, though none knew the true nature of the peace they felt. The cabin remained, an empty, silent sentinel, forever sealed from within. As weeks turned into months, our lives settled into a new, demanding rhythm. We traveled frequently, sometimes to remote, ancient sites, sometimes to urban centers where the press of human emotion had inadvertently created minor fissures. We were no longer just Sarah, the baker, and Ethan, the photographer. We were part of a growing, clandestine effort. One crisp autumn evening, a few months after the October 26th incident, we sat with Eris around a holographic projection of the Earth. Swirling lines of energy pulsed across the globe, indicating ley lines and potential nexus points. Red dots, still few, marked locations where Eris's team suspected unusual energetic activity. "We have a confirmed anomaly," Eris said, her finger tracing a spot on the projection, deep in the Amazon rainforest. An ancient site, reports of unexplained phenomena, localized energetic disturbances aligning with indigenous legends of shadow weavers. My heart gave a familiar jolt. a mixture of apprehension and grim readiness. The silent war was indeed ongoing, but we were no longer reacting to it. We were starting to anticipate it, to prepare. It will be a challenging deployment, Ethan mused, already planning the logistics in his head. Remote, difficult terrain, local cultural sensitivities. I looked at the glowing red dot, then at Ethan, then at Eris. There was no fear in my heart anymore, only a resolute determination. The terror had been replaced by a deep-seated purpose. My hands, once accustomed to kneading dough, now felt the subtle vibrations of the world's hidden energies. My mind, once focused on simple recipes, now held the complex maps of unseen realms. We'll need to develop a new, jungle-adapted geoharmonic emitter, I said, a faint smile playing on my lips, and perhaps some specialized sonic deterrents, something to resonate with the unique frequencies of that region. Eris nodded, a knowing glint in her eyes. Precisely, Sarah. The tools will evolve, as will we. This is the path we chose, the burden we bear. The stars glittered brightly outside the dome, vast and indifferent, yet connected to everything. The world was still full of mystery, full of both wonder and unimaginable threats, but we were ready.